Chapter 7:13. A sixth heavenly layer saint ruler. Old man said to another sixth heavenly layer saint ruler, "Old bastard Situ, golden-striped silver snakes possess extraordinary battle prowess, and their venom is renowned across the continent. They're not easy to deal with. In my opinion, we should work together and try to kill this golden-striped silver snake in the shortest amount of time possible to prevent him from escaping." The old man called Situ stared at Nubis, as if he had discovered a huge treasure trove. Undisguised greed filled his eyes as he strangely laughed. The entire body of every ancient beast is a treasure. Since we've come across one today, we can't miss this opportunity. Old bastard Mating, let's do as you say. We'll work together and kill this golden-striped silver snake in the shortest amount of time possible using the most effortless method possible. Then we'll take his monster core and body. Old bastard Mating rubbed his hands together. He was about to obtain another Class 7 monster core, which filled him with uncontainable excitement. After all, Saint Force surged from his right hand and quickly condensed into a 2-meter-long scythe. He turned to the other 3 fifth heavenly layer saint rulers and said, "They're all Genshin's companions, and one of them seems to be Genshin's senior, so we can't let any of them go. I'll leave the other 2 to you. If we can capture them and use them to threaten Genshin, we'll be able to complete our mission much more easily." "Don't worry, brother. Leave the other 2 to us," sneered a 5th heavenly layer saint ruler old man among the 3 remaining people. Bai and the other 2 heard every single word of their conversation, causing their expressions to become extremely solemn. With their strength, it was impossible for them to be a match for the 5 people in front of them. Nubis was also extremely stern. Although the golden-striped silver snake possessed extraordinary battle prowess, he could only deal with 1/6 heavenly layer saint ruler at most as a 3rd heavenly layer saint ruler. If 2/6 heavenly layer saint rulers attacked him at the same time, it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with them. He was not their opponent at all. "You dare to make an enemy out of the Flame Mercenaries? Don't you know that the Flame Mercenaries have the backing of the Great Elder of Mercenary City?" Jetta Tai shouted in a deep voice, attempting to use the name of the Great Elder of Mercenary City to intimidate the 5 people. However, the 5 people knew nothing about the Flame Mercenaries, so they did not believe Jetta Tai's words at all. Situ Gui looked at Jetta Tai in disdain and said, "What kind of status do you think the Grand Elder of Mercenary City has? Why would he have anything to do with a tiny mercenary group like yours? Do you really think we're as gullible as 3-year-olds? Humph, old bastard Mating, let's go together. Let's get the monster core of the golden-striped silver snake first." With that, Situ Gui took out his saint weapon and charged toward Nubis. Mating, who was also a 6th heavenly layer saint ruler, followed behind him. They worked together to deal with Nubis. The other 3 fifth heavenly layer saint rulers did not fall behind either. They charged toward Jetta Tai and Bai at the same time. 2 of them dealt with Bai, who was at the same level as them, while the last one dealt with Jetta Tai, who was only at the 3rd heavenly layer. The battle between the 8 saint rulers erupted in the air above the imperial palace of the Flame Mercenaries. As soon as they clashed, a thunderous boom rang through the surroundings. Powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, spreading in all directions with a devastating force. The Imperial Palace and the entire city below were affected by the shockwave. Countless buildings collapsed as dense cracks appeared on the street. The countless merchants and mercenaries in the city felt like the end of the world had arrived. They all fled into the distance while covering their heads to avoid being affected by the shockwave. However, there were still many people who were injured by the collapsing buildings in the surroundings. The entire city was thrown into chaos in a single moment. In the sky, the disparity in strength between the 2 sides was too great. After a few rounds, the weakest, Jetta Tai, was injured by his opponent. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky, losing the ability to continue fighting. Bai was completely suppressed by the two opponents who were at the same level as him. He was at a disadvantage. All he could do was block and not fight back. Newbie's was the same. He was firmly suppressed by the two sixth heavenly layer saint rulers. Suddenly, a soul-rending cry rang out from Newbie's mouth. Newbie's quickly transformed into a magical beast. A 10,000-meter-long golden snake hung in the air as he engaged in an intense battle with the two sixth heavenly layer saint rulers. Newbie's battle prowess was even greater in his magical beast form. Using the advantage of his ancient beast form and the famed poison of the Tian Yuan continent, he was able to fight the two sixth heavenly layer saint rulers to a stalemate for now. However, the two sixth heavenly layer saint rulers struck out as hard as they could without holding back, suppressing Newbie's once again. All he could do was block. He could not fight back at all. Bai was outnumbered in the end. He was injured by his opponents before long. He vomited blood as he fell from the sky, slamming into the ground heavily and creating two craters. Newbie's vomited blood as he was knocked far away by the two sixth heavenly layer saint rulers. Old Situ hovered in the air as he coldly stared at the three injured Bai. He sneered, "Capture them. I refuse to believe that Jianchen won't come back with them as hostages. Old Mating, the two of us will go and take the monster core of the golden-striped silver snake." Immediately, two fifth heavenly layer saint rulers flew toward Bai and Jetatai, while the two sixth heavenly layer saint rulers, Mating and Situyun, continued toward Newbie's. "Humph, how can I let you act so arrogantly with this old woman here?" At this moment, an old voice boomed in the surroundings. A presence even greater than the 5/6 heavenly layer saint rulers suddenly appeared. An old woman with a dragon-headed staff silently appeared in the air, blocking the path of the 2/6 heavenly layer saint rulers. The expressions of the 2/6 heavenly layer saint rulers drastically changed when they sensed the tremendous presence from the old woman. One of them immediately growled, "Who are you?" The old woman stared sharply at Old Devil Situ and Old Devil Mating. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. She did not answer them. Instead, she gently tapped the dragon-head walking stick in her hand. An invisible force of the world immediately shot out from the dragon-head walking stick and headed straight for the two people. The 2/6 heavenly layer saint rulers knew how powerful the old woman was, so they did not dare to be careless. They also swung their saint weapons forward with the invisible force of the world. The invisible forces of the world collided in the air, but there was no sound at all. Similarly, there was no violent shockwave of energy that spread out. One could only see the space there shake violently and tremble. Soon after, the space was torn apart, revealing a head-sized black hole. Starlight flickered in the black hole. The old woman stood there without moving while the 2/6 heavenly layer saint rulers' faces became ashen. They grunted with great difficulty as they quickly retreated. However, before they could control their bodies, the old woman who was in front of them appeared behind them without them noticing. The dragon-headed staff in her hand merged with space and swung out in a seemingly light manner, hitting the backs of the two old men like lightning. Spurt! The 2/6 heavenly layer saint rulers became extremely fragile at that moment. They vomited blood as their faces paled in a single moment. Afterward, their gazes toward the old woman became filled with shock. Chapter 7:14. Old Devil Mating's face also became incomparably solemn. He was no longer as calm as before. He exclaimed, "This old woman is too strong. Even if the two of us work together, we are still no match for her. Quickly retreat." Old Devil Mating didn't have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately retreated. The sudden change of events greatly surprised the three old men at the 5th heavenly layer. The two old men who charged toward Bai and Jetatai also stopped. The three of them immediately gathered together in the air. If the old woman wanted to attack them, they would be able to block one or two moves at the very least, even if they were not her opponent. The two sixth heavenly layer saint rulers quickly retreated. Their bodies fused with the surrounding space as they used spatial force to retreat to the back with lightning-like speed. They gathered with their three companions at the fifth heavenly layer. They were all stern as they cautiously stared at the old woman with the dragon-headed staff. "Who are you? What's your relationship with the flame mercenaries?" Situ Ting's face was rather pale. He stared at the old woman closely as he asked with a deep voice. He wanted to know her identity. The old woman was stooped, but her eyes shone brightly. She said, "The five of you don't have the right to ask about my origins. As for my relationship with the flame mercenaries, that has nothing to do with you. If the five of you know what's good for you, leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Old Devil Situ and Old Devil Ma Ting's expressions were somewhat ugly. They looked at each other and Old Devil Situ said, "Although the other party is very strong, the five of us are not weak either. If the five of us work together, I don't believe that we can't deal with that old woman." "That's right. If we want to complete the mission easily, we need to repel that old woman and then take control of this place to threaten Jianchen. As long as we have the flame mercenaries as a bargaining chip, I refuse to believe that Jianchen won't obediently hand over what we want," Ma Ting sneered. "All right, I agree with that suggestion. Let's work together and fight to the death." The five of them quickly came to a consensus and charged toward the old woman. They didn't hold back in the slightest as they fought the old woman with all their might. Jetta Tai and Bai Hai stood up with pale faces. They looked at the sky at the same time and let out a sigh of relief inside. Although the two of them had no idea when the old woman had arrived, they were familiar with her. They knew that she was a peak expert at the 8th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler and that she had the terrifying backing of an ancient clan. Newbies transformed back into his human form and hovered in the air, watching the battle from afar. He felt very fortunate. Fortunately, there are experts from the Tianmu clan. Otherwise, who knows what kind of consequences we would face today. The old woman had already engaged in an intense battle with the 5 powerful saint rulers in the air. Both sides had gone from 1,000 meters high to over 10,000 meters high. The battle caused the ground to crumble and the sun to dim. Pitch-black spatial cracks would appear from time to time in the azure sky. The old woman blocked 3 saint rulers at the 5th heavenly layer and 2 at the 6th heavenly layer. Not only was she at ease, but she also possessed the upper hand, firmly suppressing the 5 saint rulers. The battle did not last for very long. In around 10 minutes, the 5 saint rulers had all been injured by the old woman. They all vomited blood and fell from the sky, heavily injured. The 5 of them were shocked. The old woman's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. They originally believed that they could defeat her if they worked together, but they never thought that not only would they fail to achieve victory, they would not even be able to touch a hair on the old woman's head. Instead, they were all heavily injured. That old woman must be at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer or even the 9th heavenly layer. God damn it, why is there such an expert in the flame mercenaries? An old man at the 5th heavenly layer could not help but curse. Old Fogey Sidhu managed to control his falling body in midair. He glared at the old woman in the sky and said through gritted teeth, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, old Fogey Sidhu immediately fled into the distance. Behind him, Ma Ting and the 3 other old men all stabilized their falling bodies. They followed behind old man Sidhu with their heavily injured bodies, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The old woman slowly descended from the sky. As soon as her feet touched the ground, the seductively dressed Tianmu Ling arrived beside her. She asked in concern, "Granny Wang, are you all right?" The cold expression on the old woman's face instantly disappeared. She looked at Tianmu Ling with a gentle gaze and said with a benevolent smile, "Silly girl, how can Granny Wang have any problems dealing with them? It's not like you don't know Granny Wang's strength. Ling is just worried about Granny." Tianmu Ling sweetly smiled and hugged the old woman's arm affectionately. The old woman could not help but chuckle when she saw how Tianmu Ling was behaving. This granddaughter of hers was the apple of her eye. She loved her dearly. "Thank you for your assistance, Senior." Bai Hai and Jetta Tai walked over from afar, their steps a little shaky. At the same time, they cupped their fists and thanked the old woman. Both of them knew that if it wasn't for the old woman's help today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not to mention the fact that both of them would have been captured by the enemy, even Bai Lian and the others would have been seriously threatened. The old woman calmly glanced past Bai Hai and Jetta Tai. She said, "I never thought that there would be people who would come looking for trouble with the flame mercenaries. Looks like they don't know about the relationship between Jianchen and the Grand Elder of Mercenary City. I really wonder what kind of trouble this kid has caused outside for so many experts to come looking for him. Alright, go heal up. I'll watch over here, so you don't need to worry about your safety." Bai Hai and Jetta Tai expressed their thanks once more and went to tend to their injuries. Afterwards, Bai Lian and Yu Yu ran out of the discussion hall and thanked the old woman profusely. "There's no need for the two of you to be so courteous. I've come this time to discuss something with Jianchen. I've saved you this time, so Jianchen owes me a favor. He has to return this favor." The old woman smiled meaningfully. Chapter 7:15. The matter of the flame mercenaries encountering a powerful enemy had caused quite an uproar. It had spread to a radius of 10,000 kilometers in an extremely short amount of time. As long as one was within that radius, one could basically hear countless people discussing this matter at all times. Even a few hermit clans had learned about what had happened to the flame mercenaries. They were all extremely curious, unable to understand just who was so bold as to provoke the flame mercenaries that had the support of the Grand Elder of Mercenary City. The flame mercenaries were currently in a mess. Although the 5 invading saint rulers had been repelled, the 5 of them had caused irreparable losses to the mercenaries. Not only had the entire city and imperial palace been heavily damaged, almost reduced to ruins, but there were also countless people who had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Some of the weaker people had even lost their lives due to the unexpected event. Although the matter had calmed down, there was still a lot of work to be done. At this time, Sima Yu Yu and Bai Lian displayed outstanding leadership skills. They immediately gathered the upper echelons of the Blazing Flame mercenary group to deal with the aftermath. One order after another came out of their mouth. At the same time, in a dense forest thousands of kilometers away from the Inferno mercenaries, there was a bonfire slowly burning within a pitch-black cave. The bright light of the fire was like a naughty child happily dancing, causing the pitch-black cave to flicker between light and darkness. With the weak light from the fire, one could clearly see 5 pale-faced old men seated around the walls of the cave. They did not move at all, as if they were meditating. The 5 old men were the 5 old men who had escaped from the old woman. After the 5 of them consumed the radiant divine pellets, it took them half a day to fully recover from their injuries. Then, the 5 of them slowly opened their eyes at the same time. They took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a cloud of turbid gas from their bodies. God damn it, just when we were about to succeed, I never thought that there would be such a powerful old woman hiding in the flame mercenaries, making all our efforts go to waste. An old man at the 5th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler said through gritted teeth as he cracked his knuckles. According to their plan, as long as they controlled the flame mercenaries and the people close to Jianchen, they would be able to use them to threaten Jianchen and make him hand over what they wanted. That way, they would be able to complete the mission given to them by the Gilligan King extremely easily and obtain the 2 remaining Class 7 monster cores. However, none of them had thought that something like this would happen in the end. There was actually an old woman in the flame mercenaries that the 5 of them were unable to deal with. They immediately left the cave and hurried to the kingdom of Jessen as quickly as possible. Even though the kingdom of Jessen was several tens of thousand kilometers away from the flame mercenaries, even the weakest of the 5 saint rulers was at the 5th heavenly layer. With their abilities and control over space, they moved extremely quickly, arriving at the kingdom of Jessen in just 6 hours. The kingdom of Jessen, Lore City. The current Changyang prefecture was indisputably the most powerful clan in the kingdom of Jessen. It was an existence that completely surpassed the imperial family and was revered by everyone. It was even impossible to find a powerful clan that could rival the Changyang prefecture within several tens of thousand kilometers. This was because the Changyang prefecture possessed the most dazzling and resplendent legendary figure, Changyang Shoten. The 4th young master of the Changyang prefecture, Changyang Shoten, was the captain of the flame mercenaries, Jianchen. This had already become an open secret because both the 4th young master of the Changyang prefecture and the captain of the flame mercenaries were just too dazzling. Their fame was so great that basically everyone within several tens of thousand kilometers knew about them. They received the attention of countless people. As a result, there were many people who wanted to know about their legendary stories. Coupled with the fact that Jianchen did not try to hide his identity on purpose after becoming truly powerful, his true identity was discovered very quickly by some people who wanted to know about it. Chapter 7:16. Within Changyang Prefecture, Bai Yuntian and her 3 sisters sat in the garden and chatted. Laughter would ring out from time to time, and they chatted very happily. Their topic of conversation basically revolved around Jianchen. Their words were filled with undisguised envy, as well as some jealousy. They all secretly regretted not being able to give birth to a son as outstanding as Jianchen. Bai Yuntian was grinning from ear to ear as she listened to her sisters talk about her son. She felt extremely proud of her son's talent, and because of her son, her status in Changyang Prefecture had skyrocketed. Even the senior figures in Changyang Prefecture treated Bai Yuntian politely now. Changyang Ba was currently conversing with the leader of a large clan in the kingdom of Jessen in the discussion hall of Changyang Prefecture. Brother Changyang Ba, what do you think of my suggestion? Although Changyang Shoten is engaged to the Princess of Glan, it's normal for a man to have multiple wives on the Tian Yuan continent. I'm willing to marry my second daughter, Kadikuli, to young Master Changyang Shoten so that she can become one of his concubines, said the leader of the clan. He spoke extremely modestly and seemed to be pleading. Changyang Ba chuckled. Patriarch Kadikuli, I'm really sorry. Xiang has already grown up. As his parents, it's not our place to make a decision about his marriage. Let's discuss this matter with Xiang after he returns. Then I'll have to trouble brother Changyang Ba to put in a few good words for your young master. Although my second daughter, Kadikuli, is not as outstanding as the Princess of Glan, she's still a beauty that outshines the moon. She's publicly acknowledged as the second most beautiful woman in the kingdom of Jessen, said the patriarch confidently. Changyang Ba nodded with a smile. Of course, of course. At this moment, a tremendous pressure appeared in the surroundings, enveloping the entire Changyang Prefecture. Under the influence of the pressure, everyone in Changyang Prefecture immediately felt like a boulder had fallen on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. The sudden change shocked everyone in Changyang Prefecture. However, before they could understand what was happening, a voice boomed out. The voice was old, but it was filled with vigor. Where is Jianchen? Come see me immediately. Above Changyang Prefecture, 5 old men in their 70s had appeared at some point. They hovered 100 meters in the air, looking down from above. All the people in the Changyang clan silently endured the pressure as they made their way out of their rooms with great difficulty. They all raised their heads and stared at the 5 old men in the sky in both surprise and doubt. This was because they knew that the 5 old men had come with ill intentions, but they could not figure out just who would dare to offend the Changyang clan that was at the peak of its power. Changyang Ba, Bai Yuntian, and the other old men in the prefecture all gathered in the square in front of the hall. They stared at the 5 old men in the sky with serious expressions. A while later, Changyangba said loudly, "May I ask who the 5 seniors are and why you're looking for Xiang-er?" The 5 old men immediately focused their gazes on Changyangba with his word. Old man Sidu waved his hand gently, and Changyangba's body seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. He actually flew into the air quickly. "Patriarch!" All the guards and old men below cried out. They were extremely worried about Changyangba's safety, afraid that something would happen to him. "Let go of the Patriarch!" At this moment, an explosive cry rang out from the crowd. An azure figure flew into the air with lightning speed, attempting to save Changyangba. Seeing the azure figure shoot up from below, one of the 5th heavenly layer saint rulers in the air could not help but sneer. "Humph, you really don't know what's good for you." Then, with a light wave of his arm, an invisible and powerful force immediately surged toward the cyan figure, ruthlessly slamming into the cyan figure's chest. Spurt! The azure figure spat out a mouthful of blood, which turned into a bloody mist that drifted through the air. He then powerlessly fell down, crashing into the ground heavily. "Changbo! Steward!" The people of Changyang Prefecture all cried out. They all began to panic. Changbo was a powerful heaven saint master, yet he had been injured by the 5 old men so easily. All of them found it hard to believe. The restrained Changyangba paled in fright when he saw how Changbo had been injured in a single exchange. Shock filled his eyes as he looked at the 5 old men. The strength of the old man who had just attacked him made him shiver because Changyangba knew extremely well that even a 6th cycle heaven saint master would not be able to injure him so easily with Changbo's strength, let alone the fact that the old man had only waved his hand casually. Afterward, Changyangba seemed to think of something. A few words came out of his mouth with difficulty. "Saint rulers." Sidugui stared at Changyangba with a sneer. "Not bad, not bad. You're quite knowledgeable to actually be able to guess our strength. You should be the Patriarch of Changyang Prefecture, right? You're also Jianshan's father. Tell me, where is Jianshan?" "Patriarch of Changyang Prefecture, as long as you obediently answer our questions, we won't harm you. After all, not only will we not gain anything from killing you, we'll even increase our sins and cause the celestial's decay to descend earlier," Ma Ting sneered. He had captured Jianshan's father, so he refused to believe that he could not find Jianshan. Changyangba already understood that the 5 old men were Jianshan's enemies. Without any hesitation, he said, "Seniors, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Xiang-er likes to travel and has already left home for many days. As his father, I don't know where he is right now. Looks like you don't want to talk." Situ Gui's face darkened. He grabbed Changyangba's neck with one hand and sneered, "I don't want to kill you, but don't force me. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where Jianshan is, or I'll have to break your neck." Changyangba had always been a tough man. He was not someone who was afraid of death. Not only did Situ Gui's threat not have any effect, but it even provoked Changyangba. He said, "Kill me if you want. Even if I know where Xiang-er is, I definitely won't tell you." Chapter 717. P.S. There are a few readers who have a lot to say about these 2 chapters, but don't forget that powerful radiant saint masters can bring the dead back to life. Xiaoyao will continue writing according to his own path. Reality is cruel. The entire Changyang Prefecture fell silent. Everyone stared at the 5 old men in the sky in fear and anger, but no one was willing to speak about Jianshan's whereabouts. At this moment, 3 powerful presences flew in from outside the city. They arrived before the 5 old men very quickly. They were Qin Wuming, Qin Wujian, and Qin Wutian. "Seniors, please let go of the patriarch of the Changyang clan. Please do not harm him. Jianshan is the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. If Jianshan has some sort of misunderstanding with you, I hope that we can all sit down and have a proper discussion. Don't ruin our friendship over such small matters." Qin Wutian clasped his hands. He could tell that the 5 old men were saint rulers from their terrifying presences. They were a great force that even the Qin Empire needed to treat with caution. They could not be underestimated, so he spoke extremely politely. Humph, what's a mere Qin Empire? The corners of old Devil Ma Ting's mouth curled up in disdain. He stared coldly at Qin Wujian and the other 2 and said in a deep voice, "It's best that you don't interfere in this matter. Otherwise, even if you are from the Qin Huang Kingdom, we will not be courteous to you. Go back where you came from." Ma Ting waved his hand and a vast amount of energy of the world immediately shot toward the 3 old men. The 3 old men were unable to resist at all and were directly pushed far away by the energy of the world. Old Sidhu's withered hand gripped Changyang Ba's neck tightly, preventing him from speaking. He glanced around coldly and sneered, "You all sure are tight-lipped. Since you don't want to talk, don't blame me for being merciless." Old Sidhu suddenly tightened his grip and with a crack, Changyang Ba's neck was snapped. Afterward, Old Sidhu let go of Changyang Ba and Changyang Ba immediately fell from the sky like a broken kite. "Patriarch! Husband!" Cries rang out in Changyang Prefecture. Everyone was filled with grief and anger. A few Earth Saint Masters immediately leapt up and carefully caught Changyang Ba, but Changyang Ba's neck had been snapped and he was dead. After all, Changyang Ba had not reached Heaven Saint Master. His neck and heart were the most fatal parts of his body. Patriarch! After investigating Changyang Ba's situation, everyone in Changyang Prefecture let out cries of grief and anger. Many of the elders looked at the 5 old men in the sky with bloodshot eyes. "This is only an example. Tell me where Jianshan is, or directly call Jianshan out. Otherwise, this will be the fate of all of you." Old Sidhu sneered. "Even if we die, we won't tell you where the 4th young master is. If you have the ability, then kill us all. The 4th young master will avenge us sooner or later." A guard captain who was loyal to Changyang Prefecture let out a furious roar, as if he did not fear death. "You're courting death." Old Sidhu's gaze turned cold. With a point of his finger, a bolt of energy shot out from the tip of his finger and struck the guard captain's forehead, piercing through his head. The guard captain immediately collapsed to the ground. Red and white matter constantly flowed out from the hole in his forehead. This scene deeply stunned the guards of Changyang Prefecture. All of them stared at the 5 old men in the sky in fear. They could not help but retreat. Not all of them were loyal to Changyang Prefecture, willing to give up their lives at any time. Immediately, a few people who were afraid of death quickly fled out of Changyang Prefecture in order to survive. They wanted to leave this place and avoid this disaster. "If you don't tell me where Jianshan is, then don't even think about leaving," a Saint King sneered. A 5th heavenly layer Saint Ruler sneered in the sky. With a thought, a transparent barrier silently appeared, enveloping the entire clan and trapping everyone inside. They could not escape even if they wanted to. Changyang Ba's eyes were tightly shut. He lay on the ground without moving at all. Beside him, Bai Yuntian, Yu Fengyan, Ling Long and Bai Yushuang were all gathered. They were all extremely heartbroken. Old Man Sidhu's gaze landed on Bai Yuntian's group of 4, and a cold smile appeared on his face. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, an invisible force immediately bound Bai Yuntian's group of 4 tightly. After that, it carried their bodies and quickly floated into the sky. "Tell me where Jianshan is, or don't even think about leaving alive," old Sidhu sneered. In order to find Jianshan, he had already planned on committing a massacre. Although saint rulers would incur celestial decay prematurely if they committed too many sins, that would only happen if they killed countless people. After all, a battle between saint rulers was just too large. If 2 saint rulers fought recklessly in a densely populated city, they could easily destroy the entire city. The millions or even tens of millions of people in the city would not be able to survive either. Only under these circumstances would celestial decay begin. If they only killed a few dozen or 100 people, there would not be any problems. Old Situ coldly stared at the 4 women and sneered. Tell me where Jianshan is, or don't even think about leaving alive. I'm Xiang'er's mother. If you want to kill someone, then kill me. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Don't involve the innocent. Bai Yuntian stared at old Situ closely. There was no fear in her eyes at all. A gleam of light flashed through old Situ's eyes when he heard that, "You're Jianshan's mother." Very good, very good. If I kill all of Jianshan's parents, I refuse to believe that he won't appear. Killing intent surged through old Situ's eyes. He showed no mercy at all. He tightened his grip and snapped Bai Yuntian's neck. "Fourth sister! Fourth madam!" Cries of alarm rang out from the surroundings once more. Many old people and loyal guards had tears of pain flowing down their faces. Ling Long, Yu Fengyan, and Bai Yushuang also had sorrowful expressions. "It's your turn next." Old Situ did not give them any time to catch their breath. He coldly stared at the 3 remaining women and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where Jianshan is, or you'll end up like Jianshan's parents. If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. You're dreaming if you want me to tell you where Xiangtian is. I, Yu Fengyan, will never tell you even if I die." Jianshan's second aunt, Yu Fengyan, stared at old Situ with eyes filled with hatred as she gritted her teeth. She hated old Situ to the core. "Very good. Then you'll be the third to die." Old Situ's face sank as he grabbed Yu Fengyan's neck again. Chapter 7:18. Even though everything had happened extremely suddenly without any warning, the Situ old man was still a 6th heavenly layer saint ruler after all. He could not be described as slow in reacting. He immediately released his grip on Yu Fengyan's neck and retreated 100 meters in a flash. The red light moved extremely quickly as well, surpassing the speed of lightning. It actually chased after old man Situ, crossing 100 meters in a single moment and stabbing toward his forehead. A gleam of light flickered through old man Situ's eyes. He snorted coldly and the space before him immediately froze, attempting to keep the red light in place. The red light appeared small, but it contained a powerful force. The space that had been frozen by old man Situ was unable to stop the red light at all. It was shattered by the powerful force that erupted from the red light and continued to shoot towards old man Situ's forehead. At this moment, a pitch-black staff appeared in old man Situ's hand. He held it with both hands and bellowed out. The staff immediately began to glow with a pitch-black light, stabbing toward the red light with lightning-like speed. Ding! With a crisp sound, the black staff and the red light collided, and the red light was immediately sent flying. Old man Situ's body trembled slightly. He could not help but take 3 steps back. His expression was solemn. The transparent barrier around Changyang Prefecture suddenly shattered. Afterward, a middle-aged man in blood-red robes appeared 100 meters away. He calmly extended his hands to catch the red light. At this moment, the red light that had attacked old man Situ could be seen clearly. It was actually a long, round spike that was only as thick as a finger and around a meter long. The middle-aged man in a blood-red robe was like a demonic god as he floated in the air. His long red hair fluttered without any wind. He was expressionless as he coldly stared at the 5 people in front of him. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and a strong killing intent was emitted without any concealment. The long thorn in his hand that seemed to be dyed in blood also emitted a demonic red light. The 5 old men no longer paid any attention to the people from the Changyang clan. They all stared at the man with extremely sunken faces. Someone had actually come to ruin their plans at such a crucial moment, which infuriated the 5 of them. "Sir, who are you? Why are you interfering in our affairs?" Ma Ting growled. His eyes flickered with intense killing intent. Although the man in blood-red clothes was at the same level as him, Ma Ting showed no fear at all. This was because the man in blood-red clothes was alone while they had 5 people. They had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. The 5 of you colluded with the house of Jinlijian and betrayed the human race. We are here to hunt you down under the orders of the house master. We will kill you all. The man in the blood-red robe said expressionlessly. His tone was very cold, without a trace of emotion. The last 3 words were said one by one. As the man in blood-red robes uttered the words, an extremely powerful killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. It swept towards the 5 of them like a surging wave. The surrounding space seemed to become sticky in the face of the killing intent. The man's control over killing intent had clearly reached a level of mastery. Even though he radiated with killing intent, the killing intent only enveloped the 5 of them. It did not spread into the distance, so it did not affect the people of Changyang Prefecture at all. The faces of old Ghost Situ and the others all became solemn. The murderous aura emanating from the man in crimson clothes was so strong that it made them tremble with fear. This was because this was the pure killing intent that could only be accumulated from killing countless lives. It was completely different from the killing intent in one's heart. At this moment, they had actually sensed such powerful killing intent from a saint ruler, which filled them with disbelief. This was because saint rulers feared massacres the most. Otherwise, once they committed heinous crimes and caused celestial decay to descend, it would be impossible for them to survive. However, what shocked them even more was what the man had said. He actually knew about the 5 of them and the house of Jinlijian. This was no small matter. Once it made it out, the 5 of them would become the public enemy of the continent. Oh no, this person actually knows about us and the house of Jinlijian. This is extremely bad for us, a 5th heavenly layer saint ruler behind Ma Ting said with a deep voice. There's only one person. Let's go together. We have to kill him as quickly as possible. We can't let him escape. Ma Ting made up his mind. Old Man Situ quickly made up his mind. He immediately rushed toward the crimson-robed man with the long staff in his hand. Let's do it together, Ma Ting called out. He also drew his saint weapon and charged toward the man. The red-clothed man was expressionless. His body suddenly vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a strange red light appeared in front of Old Man Situ. It shot toward Old Man Situ's forehead with lightning-like speed. As the red light shot out, it continuously split into afterimages. It went from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and from 4 to 8. In the blink of an eye, it had actually formed a dense cluster of afterimages that enveloped Old Man Situ. Each afterimage possessed a powerful ripple of energy, as if they possessed great offensive strength. It was impossible to distinguish which was which. Old Situ bellowed out as a tremendous amount of darkness-attributed saint force surged out of his body, protecting him. At the same time, the staff in his hand was imbued with invisible world force. Old Situ waved the staff around in an airtight manner, blocking out all the red light. Just as Old Man Situ was struggling to deal with these red lights, the space in front of him suddenly cracked open. Another red light drilled out of the spatial crack and pierced towards Old Man Situ's forehead at an incomparable speed. This time, the old man was unable to react at all. The red light arrived before his forehead in the blink of an eye. In that critical moment, the old man tilted his head to the side as hard as he could, barely dodging the attack. However, a faint, bloody mark was left behind on his forehead. Just a little more and his forehead would have been pierced and his soul would have been wiped out. The old man's face became extremely sunken. His opponent was also a 6th heavenly layer saint ruler, but his method of killing had reached a level of perfection. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against, almost causing the old man to die. Everyone, be careful. This person's attacks are very strange, the old man said with a heavy voice as he warned everyone. The crimson-robed man appeared on the other side. The red light that had left a bloody mark on Old Man Situ's forehead returned to his hand and turned into a 4-foot-long crimson-colored spike. However, the crimson-robed man moved again. His body moved and turned into a series of afterimages as he charged toward Old Man Situ and the other four. The crimson-colored spike in his hand pierced toward Old Man Situ. The old man's vigilance had reached its peak. He and his four companions struck out at the same time, attacking the red-robed man from different directions. The terrifying ripples of energy from the saint weapon shook up the surrounding space, preventing the red-robed man from mysteriously disappearing again. The crimson-robed man revealed a mocking smile. He ignored the attacks of the other four and locked onto Old Fogey Situ. However, at this moment, something strange happened. 3 streaks of red light strangely appeared behind the 3 old men, passing through their backs with lightning-like speed. The 3 streaks of red light then gathered together and shot toward Mating. The red streaks of light pierced through the chests of the 3 fifth heavenly layer saint rulers, causing them to vomit blood. Disbelief filled their faces. They had actually failed to sense anything strange behind them with their strength. The attacks of the red streaks of light seemed to have been completed completely silently. If they had not seen them with their eyes, it would have been very difficult to discover their existence. When the red streaks of light passed through their bodies, a layer of baleful force remained within them. It constantly destroyed their vitality, forcing the 3 of them to give up on attacking the red-robed man. They immediately controlled their saint force to purge the baleful force. On the other side, the old man clashed with the red-robed man while the 3 red streaks of light tangled with Mating. The red streaks of light moved extremely quickly, leaving behind a few wounds on Mating in just a few flashes. At the same time, a strand of baleful force remained in Mating's wounds, constantly corroding them. This is baleful force. Mating's face changed. He immediately abandoned the 3 streaks of light and quickly retreated. The 3 streaks of light did not chase after him. They hovered in the air and soon, 3 more people in blood-red robes appeared beside the red streaks of light. They calmly extended their hands and grabbed the red streaks of light. It was only at this moment that he could clearly see that the 3 red lights were all perfectly round and sharp spikes that were only as thick as a finger. They were exactly the same. Old Man Situ's heart sank when he saw 3 more blood-robed men appear around him. He immediately sent out a powerful attack to knock the blood-robed man back. He then quickly retreated and gathered with Mating and the other 3 companions. The 4 middle-aged men in blood-red robes did not pursue. Instead, they stood side by side in a row in the air, holding identical blood-red thorns in their hand. They stared at the 5 old men in front of them with emotionless eyes. The old man and the others stared at the 4 red-robed men with ugly expressions. When they saw the appearances of the 4 red-robed men, a sliver of surprise immediately appeared in their eyes. Not only were their clothes and weapons exactly the same, even their appearances were exactly the same. There was no difference at all. "Who are you?" the old man asked again. He was extremely curious about the identities of the 4 people. This time, the red-robed man no longer remained silent. He said emotionlessly, "The 4 protectors of the Bloodsword sect are here." Chapter 7:19. Not only did the 5 old men know about the existence of the Bloodsword sect, but they also knew about their strength. They immediately paled in fright. "Oh no, they're actually from the Bloodsword sect. Let's go," Mating said without any hesitation. Before he had even finished speaking, he had already fled into the distance. "Let's go," Situ called out before turning around and fleeing as well. The other 3 fifth heavenly layer saint rulers obviously did not dare to stay any longer. They basically fled at the same time as Situ. "The sect master has ordered us to kill the 5 of them without mercy. Chase them," the first of the 4 blood-robed men said coldly. Afterward, the 4 of them turned into red streaks of light and chased after the 5 people with lightning-like speed. They vanished into the distance in the blink of an eye. Although the appearance of the 4 protectors had saved Changyang Prefecture, the people of Changyang Prefecture did not feel like they had survived a disaster. Instead, their hearts were heavy. The entire Changyang Prefecture was filled with heavy sorrow. A few of the guards in Changyang Prefecture had been frightened out of their wits by what had just happened. Immediately, a few of them slowly made their way out of Changyang Prefecture with trembling legs. All of them were pale. Afterward, more and more of the cowardly guards who did not want to be involved in this matter chose to leave as well. Most of them had been recruited by Changyang Prefecture with a large amount of money. Although they worked for the prefecture, they were not completely loyal to the prefecture. If Changyang Prefecture was facing an ordinary opponent, they would have charged up fearlessly to kill the enemy. However, this time, Changyang Prefecture had provoked saint rulers, and there were 5 of them. This placed tremendous pressure on them. Coupled with the fact that Jianshan's parents, Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian, had already died, they all believed that Changyang Prefecture was done for. Although there was still the equally powerful 4th young master, in their hearts, they all believed that the 4th young master was most likely dead. Although the higher-ups of Changyang Prefecture had noticed the departure of these guards, none of them stopped them and allowed them to leave. It didn't take long for most of the guards, maids, and attendants in Changyang Prefecture to leave. Only about 400 guards who were loyal to Changyang Prefecture remained. Apart from them, there were also some mercenaries and attendants who were born and raised in Changyang Prefecture. Without exception, the parents of these attendants were all old employees of Changyang Prefecture. Some of them had even worked for Changyang Prefecture for generations and were extremely loyal to Changyang Prefecture. Fourth sister, nothing must happen to you. Hurry and wake up. Jianshan's second aunt, Yu Fengyan, was crying beside Bai Yuntian. She kept shaking Bai Yuntian's body. Around them, a group of old people from Changyang Prefecture were all silent. Their expressions were also filled with grief. Today was definitely a heavy blow to Changyang Prefecture. News of the calamity of the Changyang clan spread in all directions like a storm. Very soon, it had reached a radius of 10,000 kilometers, causing everyone who heard the news to be greatly alarmed. In the Qin Empire, at this moment, Jianshan was drinking and chatting happily with the 3rd prince, Jianshan, in Xingyun Palace. There were more than a dozen people sitting around the large round table. However, among these people, except for Jianshan and Qin Ji, who were both men, the rest were all women. They were all princesses of the Qin Empire or daughters of some big family in the imperial city. They were all beautiful, and there were even a few who were so beautiful that they outshone the moon. They were all famous girls of the Qin Empire. These girls had either been instructed by their seniors or had come of their own accord. Their intentions were obvious. Beside Jianshan, the 2 princesses, Qin Shuang and Qin Yubing, sat close to Jianshan. They constantly poured wine and dishes for Jianshan. Their gazes toward Jianshan were filled with admiration and infatuation. Haha, brother Jianshan, I, Qin Ji, have lived in Xingyun Palace for 30 years, but it's never been as lively as it is today. All the peak beauties of the Qin Empire and the daughters of a few big families have gathered in my Xingyun Palace. It's truly an honor for my small Xingyun Palace. Qin Ji drank all the wine in his cup and laughed heartily. This was the joy he felt inside. Jianshan was now a true saint ruler. His status was completely different from before, but Jianshan still remembered him as a brother. This made Qin Ji extremely excited. This was because he was the brother of the 3rd prince, Qin Ji. He was the true imperial protector of the Qin Empire. With this relationship, he could even speak with confidence in front of his father. Qin Ji could even clearly feel that his father's attitude toward him was completely different from before. Even the powerful nobles and officials of the Qin Empire treated him much more courteously than before. Jianshan smiled warmly. He was a loyal person. Although he did not have a lot of brothers, Qin Ji was one of them. As a result, no matter how much he changed, he would never forget about his brotherly love. Jianshan clinked his cup with Qin Ji's and wanted to drink the wine. However, as soon as the cup touched Jianshan's lips, Jianquan's body suddenly trembled violently. Some of the wine in the cup spilled out, staining Jianquan's clothes. Qin Yubing and Qin Shuang immediately picked up the handkerchiefs that had accompanied them for many years and gently wiped the wine off Jianquan's clothes. They exhaled and gently said, "Master Jianquan, slow down. Look, the wine has spilled on your clothes." Jianquan did not hear the two princesses' voices at all. He slowly put down his cup and clutched his chest. His face became uncertain and his expression gradually became grave. Noticing Jianquan's abnormality, Qin Ji immediately became concerned. He asked, "Brother Jianquan, what's wrong?" Jianquan did not reply. He furrowed his brows tightly and pressed his hand against his chest. Suddenly, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. At the same time, his calm state of mind began to waver. He became agitated. A strong sense of unease and impatience deeply filled Jianquan's mind. "What's going on? What's going on? What's happening?" Jianquan murmured in a daze. He had never encountered such a situation. Even when facing an undefeatable enemy or facing a calamity, he had never experienced such a feeling. "Brother Jianquan, what's going on with you?" Qin Ji put down his cup and stared at Jianquan in confusion. "I don't know why I've suddenly become uneasy." Jianquan slowly stood up from his chair and paced back and forth in the palace. His brows were tightly furrowed together. He did not understand what had happened at all. Sitting at the table, the geniuses from the various clans all looked at each other. They did not know what had happened to Jianquan. Suddenly, Jianquan's eyes flashed. His face immediately sank as he thought to himself, "Did something happen at home?" Thinking of this, the uneasiness in Jianquan's heart became even more intense. His expression could not help but change as a strong sense of fear filled his heart. This fear was not the kind of fear that came from facing an undefeatable enemy. Instead, it came from the fear of something happening. "Brother Qin Ji, I have to go back immediately. I'll take my leave first." Jianquan could not sit still for a moment. He immediately said goodbye to Qin Ji and apologized to the geniuses at the table. Then, he hurriedly left Yunxian Palace and headed for the space door in the palace. Qin Ji did not ask him to stay. He stood in Yunxian Palace and stared at Jianquan's departing figure. His face was full of confusion. After a while, he murmured in a low voice, "Did something happen at home?" Jianquan left in such a hurry that he did not even have time to bid farewell to the king of the Qin Empire and the 4 imperial protector. He directly used his identity as the Imperial Protector to open the space door and left the Qin Empire through it. Since there was a positioning device for the space door outside of Lore City in the Kingdom of Jesson, Jianquan directly arrived outside of Lore City in the Kingdom of Jesson through the space door in the Qin Empire. When Jianquan arrived outside of Lore City, he was in the middle of the military camp of the 500,000-strong Eastern deity Sword Legion. There were constantly squads of soldiers in silver-white armor patrolling everywhere. The space door tearing through space alerted the soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion. Immediately, many of them noticed Jianquan stepping out of the space door. However, these soldiers obviously recognized Jianquan. When they saw that it was Jianquan, they all knelt on one knee and shouted, "Greetings, Lord Imperial Protector." In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were filled with people kneeling. Jianquan did not have time to pay attention to these soldiers. He immediately soared into the sky and flew towards Lore City. In Changyang Prefecture, Jianquan's figure descended from the sky. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Jianquan's entire body seemed to have been petrified. He stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. In front of him, there were still some old people and guards who had not dispersed in a circle. In the center of the circle, Bai Yuntian and Changyang Bao were lying there with their eyes closed. Their faces were deathly pale. All the remaining people of Changyang Prefecture were gathered here. None of them said a word. Every one of them was in an extremely heavy mood. Thick grief shrouded the entire Changyang Prefecture. At this moment, Less than 2 hours had passed since the tragedy occurred. Chapter 720. Father, Mother. After a while, 2 sorrowful voices rang out from Jianshan's mouth. Jianshan slowly made his way towards the crowd with trembling legs. It's the 4th young master's voice. The 4th young master has returned. The 4th young master has returned. The gathered guards discovered Jianshan as well. They all called out, but their voices were not filled with joy like before. Instead, they were filled with sorrow and bitterness. A path immediately formed in front of Jianshan. He made his way in with trembling legs. Finally, he arrived before by Yuntian and Changyangba. Looking at his parents on the ground with their eyes closed, Jianshan's heart was filled with sorrow. Father, Mother! Jianshan cried out sorrowfully. He was heartbroken, and his eyes became scarlet. 2 streaks of blood-red tears flowed from his eyes, slowly flowing down his cheeks. With his current ability, he could naturally sense that his parents were already dead. Even if he had a high-grade radiant spirit pill, he would not be able to save their lives. 4th young master, I'm sorry. I'm useless. I failed to protect the patriarch and madam. Chang Bo was pale as he tottered over to Jianshan. He blamed himself. Jianshan said nothing. He stared blankly at his parents' bodies as tears of blood flowed from his eyes. A while later, Jianshan's blank eyes finally glowed a little. Afterwards, his gaze immediately became filled with shock. He growled, "What happened? Who killed my parents?" Jianshan's voice was not loud, but it was filled with iciness. Even the surrounding temperature plummeted with his words, becoming chilly. As for the guards and elders around them, they suddenly felt a chill enveloping their bodies, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Although Jianshan did not give off any presence right now, his voice sounded like the god of death to the surrounding people. It was extremely terrifying. 4th young master, just then, a few saint rulers came to the Changyang clan to look for you. They were the ones who killed the patriarch and the 4th madam, Uncle Chang said with a heavy voice and a sorrowful expression. Jianshan clenched his fists tightly. A powerful killing intent radiated from his body, causing the surrounding space to become sticky. At this moment, Jianshan suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw 4 blood-red figures quickly fly over. A powerful killing intent condensed around the 4 of them, slowly revolving around them. The baleful force could only be condensed from slaughtering countless lives and using special anti-heat method. Jianshan immediately sensed that the 4 of them were saint rulers and immediately treated them as the murderers of his parents. Hatred immediately filled his eyes and his gaze became filled with shock. The chaotic Niden in Jianshan's dantian began to violently tremble. Strands of chaotic force surged out from the Niden, surging through Jianshan's body like a wild horse. It filled every corner of his body. At the same time, a surging presence radiated from Jianshan, shooting into the sky. It was accompanied by a powerful killing intent, actually condensing into a dark cloud in the sky. Arg! Jianshan roared at the sky. His long hair danced wildly without any wind. His ruler armament, the dragon-slaying sword, immediately appeared in his right hand, shining with a dark light. Suddenly, Jianshan shot into the sky. With the dragon-slaying sword in hand, he shot toward the 4 red figures with lightning-like speed. The 4 figures came to a sudden halt when they saw Jianshan charge over like a madman. They hovered in the air as they frowned. "Pay with your life for my parents!" Jianshan roared at the sky as he swung the dragon-slaying sword at the 4 people. A powerful sword chi shot toward the 4 people with a devastating presence. Wherever the sword chi passed, space would be sliced open. A thin, pitch-black crack would appear, but it would close up in the blink of an eye. What kind of energy is this? It's so powerful! A man in blood-red clothes cried out in surprise. A red spike appeared in his hand. At the same time, the same red spike appeared in the hands of the other 3 people. The 4 spikes stabbed out at the same time, flying toward Jianshan's sword chi with a dense baleful force. Boom! The sword chi from chaotic force collided with the 4 spikes, immediately producing a great boom. The powerful ripples of energy turned into wild gales that wreaked havoc in the surroundings. The sword chi condensed from chaotic force was dispersed by the 4 red thorns. However, the baleful force on the 4 red thorns had become much dimmer as a result. Afterwards, the 4 red thorns flew into the hands of the 4 men at the same time. Jianshan knew that the 4 people were powerful, but he showed no fear at all. He coldly stared at the 4 of them as a powerful and pure sword chi radiated from his body. Along with it was a heavy killing intent. Stop! 4th young master! Stop! At this moment, an old and weak voice rang out from behind. The pale-faced Chang Bo controlled the energy of the world as he flew out of Changyang Prefecture. Even though it was just a casual attack from a saint ruler, he was still extremely heavily injured from the attack. After flying for a short distance, the energy of the world that supported him rapidly dispersed and Chang Bo fell from the sky. The coldness in Jianshan's eyes faded slightly. His face immediately changed when he saw Chang Bo fall from the sky. His childhood memories immediately surfaced in his head, and he no longer cared about the 4 blood-red men. He fused with the surrounding space and arrived before Chang Bo with lightning speed to catch him. A mouthful of blood spurted from Chang Bo's mouth, dyeing his old face red. With a thought from Jianshan, a few radiant spirit pills immediately flew out of his space ring and entered Chang Bo's mouth. With the help of the radiant spirit pills, Chang Bo's worsening wounds gradually stabilized. He stared at Jianshan dully and said weakly, 4th young master, it's not them. They're not the ones who killed the patriarch and the 4th madam. If they hadn't suddenly arrived and chased away the culprits, there probably wouldn't be a single person left alive in Changyang Prefecture right now. Jianshan raised his head and glanced at the 4 blood-red men in the distance. The cold, killing intent in his eyes gradually dispersed, and even his presence slowly vanished. Without saying anything else, he carried Chang Bo back to Changyang Prefecture. Chapter 721. Now that the head of Changyang Prefecture had passed away, Jianshan had secretly become the head of Changyang Prefecture. Even those old people in Changyang Prefecture had confirmed Jianshan's identity. Under Jianshan's orders, Changyang Prefecture had been closed and no guests were received. The people from the big families who had come to express their condolences were all blocked outside. As a result, the inside of Changyang Prefecture was filled with people, and the main gate of Changyang Prefecture was so tightly packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Even so, the people from the big families who were blocked outside did not dare to have the slightest resentment. Not to mention that the genius of Changyang Prefecture was in the mansion. Changyang Prefecture had encountered such a great disaster today. It was reasonable for them to do something abnormal or even extreme. In Changyang Prefecture, in a spacious room, it was filled with people at the moment. Almost all the old people and direct descendants of Changyang Prefecture had gathered here. In front of the crowd, on the luxurious bed, Bai Yuntian and Changyang Ba were lying there. Jianshan sat on the edge of the bed with a dull expression. His eyes stared blankly at his parents, who were lying unconscious on the bed. His whole body seemed to be petrified, and he did not move at all. Behind Jianshan, Jianshan's eldest aunt Ling Long and third aunt, Bai Yushuang's faces were full of tears. They stood there with a pained expression and did not say a word. His second aunt Yu Fengyan's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Beside her, Jianshan's eldest brother Changyang Ba sat in a wheelchair. He stared calmly at the two lying on the bed. Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian were both dead, and Changyang who was the only one who could remain calm. However, his eyes were constantly changing colors. Sometimes it was painful, sometimes it was sad, sometimes it was confused, sometimes it was melancholy, sometimes it was empty, and sometimes it was calm. Almost all the colors that could appear in this world flashed in Changyang Ba's eyes. At this moment, No one knew what Changyang Ba was thinking. Although the spacious and luxurious room was filled with people, surprisingly not a single sound was emitted. The atmosphere was very stifling. The news of the death of the patriarch and the fourth young master of the Changyang prefecture, Changyang Shoten's mother, rapidly spread. The next morning, the king of the kingdom of Jessen and the commander of the imperial guard, Bai Dao, arrived at Changyang prefecture together with a heaven saint master. 2 hours later, the principal of the Kargath Academy, Kafir, arrived at Changyang prefecture as well. Afterward, basically all the important people in the kingdom of Jessen gathered in Lore City. The matter in Changyang prefecture had caused a great commotion. These people had come to confirm the truth of the matter, as well as to express their concern. However, all of them were stopped at the entrance without any exception. They were unable to enter Changyang prefecture. Only the king and the principal of the Kargath Academy, who were on good terms with Changyang prefecture, could enter. Sister, I'll definitely avenge you. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely avenge you. Bai Dao's face was filled with grief as he looked at Bai Yuntian on the bed. He clenched his fists tightly, and his not-so-sharp fingernails dug deep into his palms, causing him to bleed. A sliver of reminiscence appeared in the depths of Bai Dao's eyes. He could not help but think back to the time when he had escaped with his sister over 20 years ago. At that moment, Bai Dao made up his mind that he would do everything he could to increase his strength in the future. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. On this day, Yu Yu, Bai Lian, Jetta Tai Nubis, Bai Hai, and Huang Luan returned to Changyang prefecture. Tianmu Ling and the old woman from the Tianmu clan had also returned with them. The old woman glanced around and glanced past Changyang prefecture. Her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space, allowing her to observe the situation in Changyang prefecture clearly. She gently sighed inside and said, I wonder just who has angered Jianshan to make those saint rulers move against his parents and do something so despicable. Sai Ling went as far as to ask the old man to watch over the flame mercenaries. Looks like Jianshan's position in Ling Er's heart is quite special. However, our Tianmu clan has helped Jianshan so much this time, so Jianshan must not forget about it. The matter of the tungsten alloy mine should be settled much more easily. The old man in the old woman's heart was the grandfather Tianmu Ling had mentioned. He was a 9th heavenly layer saint ruler, and he was an old man's wife with Tianmu Ling's grandmother. Bai Lian and Yu Yu were extremely heartbroken after learning about Bai Yuntian and Changyang Ba's situation. Bai Lian, in particular, had actually fainted from the heartache. Bai Hai was unable to suppress his anger as well. He swore that he would personally cut the 5 murderers to pieces. After all, Bai Yuntian was one of the few remaining members of the Bai family. Bai Hai felt very pained by her passing. Changyang prefecture did not hold a grand funeral for Bai Yuntian and Changyang Ba. The senior members of Changyang prefecture had suggested holding a funeral for the two of them many times, but they were all rejected by Jianshan in an irresistible manner, which made the senior members of Changyang prefecture feel very helpless. Jianshan remained in the room for 3 whole days. Only then did he gradually calm down from his initial anger and sorrow. 3 days later, most of the people in the room had left. Only a few people remained. Jianshan finally moved after remaining motionless for 3 days. He made his way to the bedside step by step and gently covered his parents with blankets. He gently said, Father, Mother, don't worry. I will definitely revive you. Jianshan's gaze suddenly became determined. He knew that powerful radiant saint masters could not only regrow limbs, but they could even bring people back from the dead. Changyang Ba sat in his wheelchair in confusion. The confusion in his eyes quickly vanished when he heard Jianshan's words. He was completely calm. There was no sorrow, no joy, not even a hint of emotion. He was terrifyingly calm. Brother, we'll be relying on you for father and aunt, Changyang Ba gently said to Jianshan. Jianshan looked at his brother deeply and nodded. brother, don't worry. I swear that I will definitely revive father and mother." At that moment, Jianchen became even more determined to go to the Holy Emperor's empire and become a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. Jianchen comforted Bai Lian, who was heartbroken, before leaving the room. Jianchen immediately ran into Tianmu Ling and the old woman in the room. However, Jianchen was in no mood to chat with them right now. After a few words, he left the room to get some fresh air. Jianchen's eyes suddenly narrowed when he arrived outside. He stared at the 4 middle-aged men in blood-red robes nearby. At that moment, the 4 men stood side by side with their arms crossed. Their eyes were closed. Although they just stood there, they seemed to possess the presence of the world, as if they had fused with the world. The guards of Changyang Prefecture all knew how powerful the 4 men were. As a result, no one dared to chase away the 4 men even though Changyang Prefecture was closed to the outside world. During that time, a few senior figures from Changyang Prefecture even went up to thank them politely. However, the 4 men were extremely cold. They completely ignored the senior figures and did not even open their eyes. Jianchen studied the 4 men for a while. From their identical appearances, he could roughly guess that they were quadruplets if they had not undergone some special treatment. Jianchen did not know their identities, but Jianchen was grateful that they had saved Changyang Prefecture from a crisis, preventing a great disaster for Changyang Prefecture. Just when Jianchen was about to thank the 4 men, they suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at Jianchen. There was no emotion in their eyes at all, only coldness and emotionlessness. "Jianchen, the 4 of us have been waiting here under the orders of the sect master to pass on a message to you. The ruler of the Gilligan clan has already sent a few human experts to deal with you, so you should be careful." An emotionless voice rang out in Jianchen's head. This was a communication technique that only saint rulers could use. With that, the 4 men shot into the sky as blood-red streaks of light, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Jianchen became stern. He then stared deeply at the 4 men who had vanished into the horizon. The light in his eyes flickered as his face became unsettled. Just who are the 4 of them? Who is the sect master they mentioned? Why does he know that the ruler of the Gilligan clan wants to deal with me? Does he already know about the winged tiger? Jianchen constantly thought about these questions. The figures of the mysterious Uncle Xiao and the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, Tianjian, constantly appeared in his head, but he was uncertain. Jianchen had always believed Uncle Xiao to be a saint ruler in the past because he possessed the abilities of saint rulers. However, after reaching saint ruler, this belief began to waver because Jianchen had always been guessing Uncle Xiao's strength. He still had no idea whether Uncle Xiao was a saint ruler or above. Chapter 722. Jianchen stood there silently as he stared in the direction the 4 men had disappeared in. The light in his eyes flickered. "4th young master, my condolences. The patriarch and madam have already passed away. Let's hold a funeral for them as soon as possible." At this moment, an old man arrived beside Jianchen and whispered to Jianchen. The old man was a senior figure in the Changyang Prefecture. He was an Earth Saint Master. Jianchen calmed himself down and gently shook his head. "There's no need for a funeral. Father and mother aren't dead. I will definitely save them." The old man gently sighed when he heard that. He believed that Jianchen had become delirious from grief. "Elder, who were the 4 people who just left?" Jianchen gently asked. His tone was very calm and did not change at all. The old man thought for a while before replying, "4th young master, I'm not very sure about the identities of the 4 experts from before, but I think I heard them say that they were from the Bloodsword sect." "Bloodsword sect?" Jianchen softly murmured. A sliver of doubt flashed through his eyes. He was extremely unfamiliar with the name of the sect. After a moment of hesitation, Jianchen left the place. He arrived in a garden in the Changyang Prefecture and saw the ancestor of the Bai family, Bai Hai, sitting in a pavilion in the garden, drinking alone. Jianchen looked at the ancestor of the Bai family with mixed feelings. He knew that the matter of his mother had saddened the ancestor. After all, the Bai family was no longer the glorious Bai family of the past. It could be said that every single descendant of the Bai family was Bai Hai's favorite, a treasure in the palm of his hand. Great-grandfather! Jianchen arrived in the pavilion and sat down across from Bai Hai. Bai Hai put down his cup and raised his head to look at Jianchen. From Jianchen's calm gaze, he could tell that Jianchen had already recovered from the pain from a few days ago. Bai Hai gently sighed. Great-grandson, take good care of your parents' bodies. You're already a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master now. Once you reach the 7th class, you should have the ability to revive them. With that, Bai Hai poured himself another cup of wine and downed it in a single gulp. Jianchen nodded. Great-grandfather, there's something I'd like to ask you about. May I ask if you know about the Bloodsword sect? A gleam of light immediately flashed through Bai Hai's eyes when he heard the words Bloodsword sect. He stared at Jianchen in interest and sternly asked, Great-grandson, where did you learn about the Bloodsword sect? The 4 red-robed middle-aged men from before should be from the Bloodsword sect, Jianchen replied. What? The 4 of them are from the Bloodsword sect? Bai Hai was slightly surprised, but he soon understood. He murmured, No wonder the 4 of them are always surrounded by a layer of powerful baleful yin qi. They've killed countless people before using a special method to condense it. As it turns out, the 4 of them are actually from the Bloodsword sect. A sliver of reminiscence appeared in Bai Hai's eyes as a few past events appeared in his head. He slowly downed the wine in his cup and slowly said, I do know a little about the Bloodsword sect, but my knowledge is extremely limited. The Bloodsword sect is one of the 3 great assassin organizations on the Tianyuan continent, ranked 2nd. Not only is it extremely mysterious, but it's not weak either. It completely surpasses the hermit clans and can rival ancient clans. However, 1,000 years ago, the 3 peak assassin organizations of the Tianyuan continent began a large-scale war for some reason. After the war ended, the Bloodsword sect vanished from the continent, never appearing again. I just never thought that the 4 blood-red men would be from the Bloodsword sect. Great-grandfather, do you know who the sect master of the Bloodsword sect is? Jianchen asked. Since the 4 experts had been sent by the sect master definitely had some sort of relationship with him. Otherwise, why would the Bloodsword sect that had vanished for 1,000 years reappear? Why would they help him and prevent the destruction of Changyang Prefecture? Bai Hai shook his head. Back then, I was only a puny Heaven Saint Master. What kind of status did the sect master have? Coupled with the fact that the sect has always been mysterious, how would I have the right to know his name? There aren't a lot of people who know the sect master's name on the Tianyuan continent, but I happen to be one of them. At this moment, an old voice rang out from nearby. The Granny Tianmu Ling spoke of slowly walked toward the pavilion with a cane. Jianchen and Bai Hai immediately stood up and clasped their hands at the old woman. Greetings, senior. Wang Yinhong chuckled. There's no need to be so courteous. I came here without permission and eavesdropped on your conversation, so please don't take offense. However, Jianchen, I do know quite a lot about the Bloodsword sect you speak of. Jianchen hurriedly invited the old woman to sit down in the pavilion. He had already learned from the people who had returned that the Flame Mercenaries had also encountered a great disaster. Even newbies, Bai Hai and Jetta Tai had been heavily injured. In the end, it was the old woman who had saved the Flame Mercenaries, so Jianchen felt extremely grateful to her. Senior, please tell me about the Bloodsword sect, Jianchen eagerly asked as soon as the old woman sat down. The old woman kindly smiled. Jianchen, before I tell you about the Bloodsword sect, there's something I want to discuss with you. Back then, I helped you repel powerful enemies in the Flame Mercenaries and ensured the safety of your friends and family. However, I won't help people for no reason. Since I've helped you, I obviously need to repay you. Jianchen, You must remember that you owe me a favor. Jianchen sternly replied, Senior, this junior will never forget your kindness. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. If you need Jianchen in the future, Jianchen will definitely not turn you down as long as it's within my power. Jianchen struggled to imagine what would have happened to the flame mercenaries if the old woman had not assisted them when they were attacked by the 5 saint rulers. Although his friends and family might not have died, he would definitely have been caught between a rock and a hard place. Wang Yanhong smiled from ear to ear when she heard Jianchen's words. She said, Let me tell you about the Bloodsword sect now. The Bloodsword sect is a powerful assassination organization on the Tianyuan continent. They've existed for several tens of thousands of years, and they're no weaker than ancient clans. They practice a special cultivation method that allows them to increase their strength through slaughter. Every time they kill someone, they'll condense a strand of baleful yin qi. The more people they kill, the denser the baleful yin qi will become. Not only can the baleful yin qi befuddle a person's mind, causing them to enter a temporary state of confusion, it can also wipe out a person's soul, killing them without leaving a trace. It's feared by everyone on the Tianyuan continent. However, the baleful yin qi of the Bloodsword sect has a great drawback, which is that it'll be depleted with every strand used. If it's used up too much, it can only be replenished through slaughter. As a result, only people below Heaven Saint Master often use the baleful yin qi. Saint rulers rarely use the baleful yin qi against their enemies unless they're in life-threatening danger. Due to the limitations of celestial decay, saint rulers are unable to engage in wanton slaughter, so the baleful yin qi will be depleted with every use. It's basically impossible to replenish it. However, once the saint rulers of the Bloodsword sect use the baleful yin qi against their enemies, they'll be able to kill saint rulers in a single strike unless the difference in strength is just too great. This is their greatest method of survival. A sliver of deep fear appeared in Wang Yanhong's eyes when she reached there. So that's how it is. No wonder I sensed so much baleful yin qi from the 4 of them. It must have been condensed before they reached Saint Ruler, Jianchen thought. He could not help but think of the 4 men in blood-red clothes. But 1,000 years ago, something happened to the 3 assassin organizations of the Tianyuan continent. It was all caused by the current sect master of the Bloodsword sect. He was extremely talented, and after several thousand years of cultivation, he reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. He became the only person who was infinitely close to the Holy Emperor since the founding of the Bloodsword sect. Because of his existence, the strength of the Bloodsword sect skyrocketed, becoming a sect that completely surpassed ancient clans and could rival the 10 protector clans. After reaching such a level of strength, the current sect master of the Bloodsword sect became one of the few supreme experts on the Tianyuan continent. As a result, he wanted to unify all the assassin organizations. As a result, the other 2 organizations worked together and engaged in a great battle against the Bloodsword sect. However, the current sect master's strength has already reached the apex. Even with the entire continent in perspective, only Mercenary City, the Protector clans, and the Path Lord of Carnal Desires can contend against him. Although the other 2 assassin organizations have already worked together, they're still not the Bloodsword sect's opponent. The leaders of the 2 assassin organizations have even been injured by the sect master. They're in grave danger. But at this moment something unfortunate happened. The other 2 organizations actually used a scheme to draw out the partner of the sect master of the Bloodsword sect. They surrounded her and killed her. Her soul was destroyed, and even powerful radiant saint masters were unable to save her. The sect master of the Bloodsword sect found his partner after he reached the level of Holy Emperor. She held an extremely important position in the sect master's heart. She was even pregnant before she died. The death of his partner has dealt a heavy blow to the master of the Bloodsword sect. In just a single night, the master of the Bloodsword sect has undergone an overwhelming change. His handsome face, which had always been in his 20s, has aged overnight. Even his black hair has turned white. Afterwards, the sect master of the Bloodsword sect used a 10,000-year-old heavenly treasure to save the child in his partner's womb. He brought his dead partner and young son alone to carry out a crazy revenge on the two assassin organizations. In this battle, the sect master dealt a devastating blow to the two assassin organizations. All the experts of the two assassin organizations died at the hands of the sect master of the Bloodsword sect, greatly damaging their vitality. After this matter, the renowned Bloodsword sect vanished from the Tianyuan continent. As for the sect master, he never appeared on the Tianyuan continent. There wasn't even any news about him. It was as if he had vanished. No one knew where he had gone. During this time, there were many rumors. Some said that the sect master had died from celestial decay because he had killed too many people. Some people say that the sect master of the Bloodsword sect is in so much pain that he wants to die, that he's gone after someone's dead wife. There are also people who say that the sect master of the Bloodsword sect has already retired from the continent, living a life of isolation. However, no matter how vicious the rumors are, the sect master of the Bloodsword sect has never appeared on the continent. No one knows if he's retired or gone after someone's dead wife. Senior, do you know the name of the sect master of the Bloodsword sect? Jianshan was rather urgent. Chapter 723. Houston, Jianshan murmured. His eyes immediately lit up, and he could not help but think of Uncle Xiu's old and upright figure. Houston, Uncle Xiu. The master of the Bloodsword sect, Houston, actually has the same surname as Uncle Xiu from Longevity Valley. Are they the same person? Jianshan murmured inside. He also thought of how Uncle Xiu had recognized the white tiger at first glance. Jianshan could not help but look at his shoulder when he thought of the white tiger. He saw the snow-white tiger curled up on his shoulder like a kitten, sleeping and digesting the medicine in its body. Afterwards, Jianshan looked at the powerful Wang Yinhong. He discovered that Wang Yinhong only stared at him with shining eyes. She completely ignored the white tiger on his shoulder. Clearly, she had not discovered the true identity of the white tiger. Jianshan, have you seen the master of the Bloodsword sect before? Wang Yinhong's eyes were extraordinarily bright as she stared at Jianshan closely. Wang Yinhong had seen the four men in blood-red robes who had appeared in Changyang Prefecture before, and she had guessed their identities from the dense baleful yin qi they gave off. They were from the Bloodsword sect that had vanished for 1,000 years, and they were not weak either. Clearly, their statuses were significant. Wang Yinhong was extremely curious as to why the Bloodsword sect had come to Changyang Prefecture. She wanted to know the answer, but her first guess was that Jianshan definitely had some connection with the Bloodsword sect. Jianshan shook his head. Senior, I've only heard about the Bloodsword sect today. I don't know the master of the sect either. Although that was what he said, Jianshan constantly thought of Uncle Xiu. Uncle Xiu had always given off an unfathomable feeling to Jianshan, and he had the same surname as the master of the Bloodsword sect. Moreover, the circumstances of Uncle Xiu's family matched the master of the Bloodsword sect very well. He had no partner, only a son and a grandson. He just did not know how old his son, Xiaomi, was right now. At the same time, only the Grand Elder of Mercenary City and Uncle Xiu could tell the White Tiger's identity with a single glance. It was evident how extraordinary Uncle Xiu was. However, although Jianshan had guessed that the master of the Bloodsword sect might be closely related to Uncle Xiu, he was not certain. After leaving the garden, Jianshan immediately bought a 1,000-year coffin of ice for quite a hefty price. He placed his parents' bodies inside. Although powerful radiant saint masters could bring people back to life, the bodies had to be preserved first. Jianshan remained in Changyang Prefecture for 7 days. During those 7 days, Changyang Prefecture was enveloped by clouds of grief. Most of the people who had gathered outside Changyang Prefecture had left. Not many of them remained, but none of them took a single step into Changyang Prefecture. 7 days later, Jianchen emerged from his grief. However, the matter of his parents still left a mark on Jianchen that could not be erased. It made him seem even colder. He always wore a stern face and had basically lost his smile. On this day, Jianchen bid farewell to his family and left Changyang Prefecture with the coffin containing his parents' bodies. He was about to travel far away, so he was afraid that something would happen to his parents' bodies. As a result, he needed to find a safe place to place his parents' bodies and ensure that nothing would happen. Only then would he be able to leave in peace. Although the coffin could be stored in a space ring, Jianchen did not do so. He was a saint ruler now, but he was not an invincible existence on the Tian-Yuan continent. At the same time, there were 5 powerful saint rulers hunting him down. If anything happened to him, his parents would never see the light of day again. Time could wash away everything. After 7 days, the tragedy in Changyang Prefecture gradually settled down. However, Jianchen carried the coffin and flew 10,000 meters in the air. He hurried toward the Qin Empire. He planned on placing his parents' bodies in the Qin Empire's Qin Tian Hall. On the same day, Jianchen's uncle, Bai Dao, resigned from his position as the commander of the Imperial Guards. He silently left the kingdom of Jessen on a Class 4 magical beast. Bai Dao had thought it through very clearly during this period of time. If he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he needed to train himself through life and death situations in addition to working hard on cultivation. Only through the baptism of blood could he grow quickly. His nephew was the best example. If he just stayed in the imperial palace, who knew how long it would take for him to break through to Heaven's Saint Master? Jianchen returned to the Qin Empire through a space gate in the Great Zhou Empire. He then placed his parents' bodies in the Qin Tian Hall and entrusted them to the 4 other imperial protector. The king and the 3rd prince of the Qin Empire felt rather heavy over the death of Jianchen's parents. They properly comforted Jianchen. However, under Jianchen's strong request, the matter of his parents was not made public. Only a very small number of people in the Qin Empire knew about it. After settling down his parents, Jianchen went to another Qin Tian Hall to have a secret discussion with the 4 other imperial protector. He then left the Qin Empire early the next morning and arrived in the Great Zhou Empire through a space gate in the Qin Empire. Afterward, Jianchen went to the Tianqin clan to visit Qin Shao. Jianchen had originally planned on taking Qin Shao to the Flame Mercenaries to train, but with so many things that had happened to the Flame Mercenaries and the fact that he was about to leave, he could only give up on the idea of taking Qin Shao with him. This was because although the Flame Mercenaries possessed a certain level of strength, they still faced great challenges. It was not a safe place, so taking Qin Shao with him might bring trouble to Qin Shao. Moreover, due to the winged tiger, he and the Flame Mercenaries would be dragged into the mess. Even the Changyang Prefecture would not be spared. If Qin Shao joined the Flame Mercenaries at this time, he would be dragging him into the abyss of hell without a doubt. The slightest mistake might even involve the Tianqin clan. This was because Jianchen had a strong premonition that he might become the public enemy of the Tian-Yuan continent once the news of the winged tiger was leaked. After leaving the Tianqin clan, Jianchen directly returned to the kingdom of Jessen. He called Jetta Tai and newbies over and told them about the Holy Emperor's empire and the intentions of the Qin Empire's imperial protector. With Jianchen's words, newbies declined without any hesitation. Jianchen, please don't drag me into this matter. The 3 great clans of the Holy Emperor's empire all possess Holy Emperor experts. They possess the strength of ancient clans and cannot be underestimated. Moreover, I, the great newbies, have nothing to do with the Holy Emperor's empire. Their internal strife has nothing to do with me, so I, the great newbies, will never get involved in this matter. It's basically a pit of hell, and whoever jumps in will suffer. Jianchen was not surprised by Newbie's refusal. He then looked at Jetta Tai. Jedi was expressionless as he said in an extremely calm voice, "Jianshan, the old man has already pledged his loyalty to you. Even his old life is yours. I will listen to all of your orders." Jianshan nodded but did not say anything. Jedi's attitude had increased his status in Jianshan's heart. Jianshan pondered for a moment, then said, "Newbies is right. There is indeed no need for you to get involved in the internal strife of the Holy Emperor's empire. If you do not handle it well, you may get into trouble and even die. Forget it, the two of you will stay here and protect Changyang Prefecture and the Flame Mercenaries. I will leave tomorrow." "Jianshan, there is no need for you to get involved in such a thankless task." Newbies wanted to persuade Jianshan, but before he could finish, Jianshan raised his hand to stop him. "I must go to the Holy Emperor's empire. Only there will I have the hope of reviving my parent. Therefore, no matter what dangers await me, I must go." Jianshan's tone was unprecedentedly resolute. The next morning, Jianshan bid farewell to everyone and left Changyang Prefecture. Jianshan's figure turned into a bolt of lightning and flew through the air. Very quickly, he left the borders of the Kingdom of Jessen and traveled thousands of kilometers to enter the Blue Wind Kingdom. In the Blue Wind Kingdom, outside the third-rank city of Wake City, mercenaries and merchants dressed in all sorts of clothing entered and exited the city. About 20 kilometers outside of Wake City, one could vaguely see a large mountain range. That was the Magical Beast Mountain Range. During this period of time, a rumor had been circulating in Wake City. It was that deep within the Magical Beast Mountain Range, there was a mysterious team. No one knew where this mysterious team came from or what their identities were. They only knew that every member of this mysterious team was extremely powerful. They spent most of their time in the depths of the Magical Beast Mountain Range, hunting high-level magical beasts. They had never left the mountain range, and rarely even set foot in the outer regions of the Magical Beast Mountain Range. Recently, in the middle of the night, there would often be earth-shattering roars of magical beasts coming from the depths of the mountain range, echoing throughout the entire Wake City. Moreover, this kind of thing had happened quite a few times. Some of the Saint Masters living in Wake City were even able to determine that this was the roar of a fifth-rank magical beast. Chapter 724. Although the mysterious team that existed in the depths of the Magical Beast Mountain Range outside of Wake City was no longer a secret, after so much time had passed, no one was able to find out the identity of this mysterious team. During this period of time, there were a few powerful families and mercenary groups that tried to recruit this mysterious team, but without exception, all of them ended in failure. This mysterious team seemed to not be tempted by anything. No matter how generous their offers were, no matter how tempting their offers were, no one in this mysterious team could be moved. It was as if they were completely unmoved by money and power. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and a series of muffled sounds of thunder exploded from the sky, reverberating throughout the world. It was still noon, but the world was dark. Not long after, large droplets of rain began to fall from the sky. The originally bustling Wake City suddenly became desolate. Not a single person could be seen on the street. Only the large droplets of rain could be seen washing away the dirt from the mercenaries' footsteps. Right at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the thick clouds above Wake City. A blue light flashed through the crack, and a figure quietly appeared under the thick clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Bolts of lightning emitted a dazzling light as they surged through the sky, forming a spider web under the dark clouds. The figure was wearing a light blue robe. When the surrounding rainwater came close to his body, it was dispersed by an invisible force. It was impossible for the rainwater to touch this person. He stood under the lightning and looked down at the earth, ignoring the deafening thunder and lightning around him. He was like a god. This person was Jianshan from the Kingdom of Jessen. Jianshan floated in the sky, his divine sense covering the entire Wake City. After a moment, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Looking at the distant magical beast mountain range, he muttered, "He's not in the city. It seems that he's still in the magical beast mountain range." As soon as he finished speaking, Jianshan's body turned into a blur and disappeared into the sky. He was already flying towards the magical beast mountain range 20 miles away at a speed that was hard to follow with the naked eye. Deep within the mountain range of magical beasts, beneath a towering ancient tree, more than 10 large tents had been set up here. Outside the tents, several bare-chested, muscular men were standing guard in the rain. Their fierce gazes were filled with a fierce light. Clearly, they were not simple characters. At this moment, in the centermost tent, there were 9 people sitting around a large round table, eating cooked magical beast meat as they chatted. "Dr. and Yunjing, thank you for taking care of us in the past few days. It was because of you that we were able to escape from the jaws of the magical beast so many times." An old man held a cup of wine in his hand as he sincerely said this to a burly man and a frail middle-aged man sitting across from him. "Haha, Kyle, you don't need to thank me. Captain Jianshan and I were sent out to protect you in secret. Captain Jianshan's request was that we must protect each and every one of you. Originally, Yunjing and I were planning to hide in the dark, but who would have thought that after you broke through to the Earth Saint Master level, you would discover us." Dr. An laughed heartily. "Dr. An is correct. Protecting you is only our duty. However, you've all broken through to the Earth Saint Master level and have grasped a wondrous cultivation method that can instantly increase your battle prowess by several times. Other than that, all of you have grasped human tier battle skills. Your combined strength is not much weaker than the 2 of us. If we continue to stay here, we won't be of much use," Yunjing smiled. These people were the core members of the Flame Mercenaries that Jianshan had thrown here to train. Every single one of them had been loyal to him and had gone through life and death situations. They were trustworthy, and they were the first group of elites that Jianshan truly trusted. At the same time, he spared no expense in raising them. When Jianshan had left, he had left behind a large number of monster cores and various battle skills. After this period of training and growth, the strength of every single core member had undergone an overwhelming change. 7 of them had even broken through to Great Saint Master, becoming Earth Saint Masters. The other several dozen members had all reached Great Saint Master as well. None of them were below Great Saint Master. Hearing Yunjing's words, everyone in the tent fell into deep thought. Charles said, "Brother Yunjing is right. This mountain range of magical beasts is too small. The strongest magical beasts here are only Class 5 magical beasts. And after killing a few Class 5 magical beasts, there aren't many Class 5 magical beasts left. With our current strength, there's no point in continuing to stay here. Our brothers have already grasped human tier battle skills. Coupled with the heaven's fortune that the captain gave us, we can easily kill magical beasts that are stronger than us. The magical beasts here are indeed no threat to us. It's just a pity that the captain isn't here. Without the captain's orders, we can't leave without permission," Qinfeng said softly. After this period of intense battles with the magical beasts, Qinfeng had improved the fastest out of everyone. Not only was he the first person to reach Earth Saint Master, but he had also reached the 2nd cycle a few days ago. He had become the strongest person aside from Yunjing and Seniorin. Although they were not geniuses, their bodies had been modified by Jianshan's 1,000-year-old 100-herb brew, so their cultivation speed was much faster than normal people. Coupled with the hard work they had put in during this period of time, all of them had improved by leaps and bounds. It would be great if the captain was here. Ever since we entered the depths of the magical beast mountains, we haven't left, so we don't know much about the outside world, Emotion sighed. Emotion let out a sigh as a handsome face that was filled with masculine aura involuntarily appeared in his mind. At this moment, a tremendous presence suddenly appeared from outside. The presence was gentle and would not harm anyone, but it gave people a feeling of vastness. It was as if the presence represented the world. Even Earth Saint Masters would feel as insignificant as ants before the presence. What a tremendous presence! The expressions of the few people in the large tent suddenly became solemn. They immediately threw down the wine cups in their hands and hurriedly walked out of the large tent. It was still pouring outside and the sky was gloomy. Yunzheng, serene, and the people who had just broken through to Earth Saint Master walked out of the tent together, allowing the rain to wash over them. At the same time, people walked out of the surrounding tents one after another, quickly arriving behind Yunzheng and the others. They all sternly looked around, searching for the source of the presence. In just a few seconds, all the core members of the Flame Mercenaries who had entered the magical Beast Mountains for training had gathered. At this moment, a faint blue streak of light shot through the sky. It flew over from afar with lightning-like speed, and it just happened to be heading toward where the Flame Mercenaries were. Be careful, everyone. It's a Heaven Saint Master. All the members of the Flame Mercenaries were on high alert. A thumb-sized piece of jade had appeared in Senior Anne's hand. The blue figure finally stopped in front of the raging Flame Mercenaries. Had that person's true appearance been revealed? When the members of the Flame Mercenaries saw who it was, they became slightly stunned. Their cautiousness vanished at that moment, and they were all overjoyed. "Captain! It's the captain! The captain's back!" All the members of the Flame Mercenaries excitedly called out. Jianshan's arrival had clearly made them very happy. Afterward, all of them knelt down on one knee to welcome Jianshan. Jianshan's blue robes fluttered in the wind. He stood in the pouring rain, but there was not a single drop of water on him. He slowly glanced over the several dozen men below and finally faintly smiled. He said, "Not bad, not bad. Looks like you've all improved a lot recently." Jianshan slowly landed on the ground. With a thought, an invisible force immediately filled the surroundings, lifting all the people up. Jianshan was politely invited into the tent by a few Earth Saint Masters. Afterward, they gave a simple report of what they had gone through in the past few years to Jianshan. "Yep, not bad. 7 of you have actually broken through to Earth Saint Master, which has indeed exceeded my expectations. Remaining here won't be of much help with your current strength." Jianshan took out a wooden box and a stack of books from his space ring. He said, "This box contains Class 6 Radiant Spirit Pills, and these are some Earth-tier battle skills. Take them and distribute the Class 6 Radiant Spirit Pills evenly to each of you as a life-saving item. As for these Earth-tier battle skills, you can learn them as long as you've reached Earth Saint Master. Prepare to leave tomorrow and go to the Tian Yuan continent to train." "Yes, Captain." The 7 Earth Saint Masters of the Flame Mercenaries replied in unison. Unconcealable joy filled their eyes. "Remember, when you go to the Tian Yuan continent to train, don't use the name of the Flame Mercenaries. Create another mercenary group." Jianshan warned them again before looking away. "Yunzheng, Seniorin, the 2 of you have done extremely well. The mission has been completed perfectly. Take my keepsake and report to the headquarters of the Flame Mercenaries." As for the headquarters, Jianshan passed a jade pendant to the 2 of them. The jade pendant was a keepsake from Changyang Prefecture. It was a symbol of status in Changyang Prefecture, but Jianshan no longer needed it. "Captain, where is the headquarters of the Flame Mercenaries?" Senior An asked. Before the Flame Mercenaries had expanded, he and Yunzheng had already entered the depths of the magical Beast Mountains. They had always been secretly protecting Jianshan's trusted subordinates and had never ventured out. Jianshan smiled mysteriously. "The 2 of you can go out and ask around. You'll find out where the headquarters is." Jianshan stayed there for a day. He used this time to explain some cultivation knowledge and his experience in breaking through to Earth Saint Master to everyone. At the same time, he left behind a large number of Class 4 and Class 5 monster cores for everyone to use. He left early the next morning and began his journey to the Holy Emperor's Empire. The Holy Emperor's empire was one of the most powerful empires on the Tianyuan continent. There were a total of 7 capital cities on the continent, and the Holy Emperor's empire occupied 3 of them. It was completely more powerful than the other 2 empires. Chapter 725. The fiery red sun hung high in the sky, emitting intense rays of light. The terrifyingly high temperature sprinkled down, scorching the earth below. In the boundless desert, a faint figure streaked across the sky with lightning-like speed, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Jianshan flew in the air as he looked at the golden desert below him. He murmured, "According to the distance marked on the map, I'll be able to cross this desert in 2 hours. After that, I'll be able to reach the Holy Emperor's empire in 2 days." The Holy Emperor's empire was extremely far away from both the Qin Empire and the Kingdom of Jessan. With Jianshan's current speed, it would take him more than 10 days to travel from the Kingdom of Jessan to the Holy Emperor's empire. Although Jianshan could use the space gate of the Qin Empire to reach the Holy Emperor's empire several million kilometers away, he did not do so. This was because he had already gained some understanding of the Holy Emperor's empire from Baihai and the 4 imperial protector of the Qin Empire, including the matter of how a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master could reach the Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. If a Radiant Saint Master wanted to reach the Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, they would need the assistance of the Holy Emperor's Saint Artifact. However, the Saint Artifact could not be activated at any time. It would only be activated for a fixed amount of time each time. There was still a year and a half until the next activation. As a result, Jianshan had plenty of time. As a result, he chose to travel to the Holy Emperor's empire in this manner. As he traveled, he admired the scenery around him. He was like Xiaoyao. Jianshan flew past countless mountains, rivers, and bustling cities before finally entering the Holy Emperor's empire. As one of the 3 most powerful empires on the continent, the Holy Emperor's empire was extremely vast. It was over 100 times the size of the Kingdom of Jessan. Its population had reached an astonishing number as well, numbering in the tens of billions. Compared to the hundreds of millions of people in the Kingdom of Jessan, it was like an elephant compared to an ant. The Holy Emperor's empire had 3 capital cities. The 3 capital cities were controlled by 3 great clans. Each clan controlled a city. The Imperial City was one of the 3 capital cities in the center of the empire, the City of God. The Holy Emperor's empire's Imperial City. Near the border of the Holy Empire, there was a bustling first-class city. At this moment, outside this first-class city, there was a young man in a light blue robe riding a Class 4 magical beast, heading towards the city at a steady pace. The young man was Jianshan. After entering the Holy Emperor's empire, he was in no hurry to travel. Instead, he planned to enter the city and learn more about the locals first. After all, the Holy Emperor's empire was just too unfamiliar to Jianshan. He needed more detailed information. Jianshan slowly entered the city on his Class 4 magical beast. After circling around the wide streets, he arrived before a rather large restaurant. He tied up his mount before striding in. "Sir, welcome to our Kulai Xiang restaurant. Our Kulai Xiang restaurant has the best chef in the entire city, as well as the most beautiful waitresses in the entire city. We can guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Please come in." A waiter immediately welcomed Jianshan and invited him in with a smile. Jianshan entered the restaurant and glanced around. He planned on finding a quieter spot, but soon after, his eyes locked onto an old man sitting in a corner. His eyes immediately widened as disbelief flooded his face. The old man wore a gray robe. His white hair was tied up with a rope and fell behind his back. He was sitting alone in front of a table filled with food, drinking and eating leisurely. The old man looked very ordinary and did not attract any attention. However, Jianshan, who had just entered the restaurant, was greatly shocked. Jianshan stared at the old man in shock. At this moment, He simply doubted whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. He immediately rubbed his eyes with both hands. When he looked again, his eyes were filled with uncertainty. At this moment, the old man suddenly turned his head and stared at Jianchen. His expression was calm and his gaze was deep. He said in a flat tone, "Jianchen, come and sit." The soft Jianchen made Jianchen tremble all over when he heard it. He softly cried out, "Uncle Xiao, it really is you." Jianchen's heart churned. He had never thought that he would actually encounter Uncle Xiao from Longevity Valley in the Holy Emperor's Empire. Uncle Xiao did not say anything. He sat there by himself, drinking and eating. He no longer paid any attention to Jianchen. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his shock and excitement. He arrived before Uncle Xiao and sat down. Afterwards, he immediately asked in doubt, "Uncle Xiao, why have you appeared here?" Uncle Xiao looked at Jianchen and said, "This time I've specially come for you." "For me?" A sliver of doubt appeared in Jianchen's eyes. "Jianchen, I know that you've come to the Holy Emperor's Empire this time to break through the 6th class and become a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master," Uncle Xiao said indifferently. However, the indifferent tone made Jianchen's face change drastically. He stared at Uncle Xiao in shock as his heart churned. His identity as a Radiant Saint Master had always been Jianchen's greatest secret. There were not a lot of people who knew about his identity in this world, but Jianchen found it hard to believe when Uncle Xiao had found out about it. A transparent barrier had appeared around the table where Jianchen and Uncle Xiao sat. Uncle Xiao's indifferent voice rang out once again, "Jianchen, I cultivate darkness attributed Saint Force, so I'm extremely sensitive to Radiant Saint Force. I've been secretly paying attention to you recently, so I know about your identity as a Radiant Saint Master. I think I'm not the only one who knows about it. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City probably knows about it as well." Jianchen's thoughts raced. He said, "Uncle Xiao, are you the sect master of the Bloodsword sect, Houston? Were you secretly controlling the 4 saint rulers of the Bloodsword sect to help my Changyang prefecture survive the danger?" Uncle Xiao nodded, which was equivalent to admitting to this matter. He stopped talking about it with Jianchen and changed the topic. "Jianchen, what identity do you plan on using to break through to the 6th class?" Jianchen had thought of this question long ago, so he answered without any hesitation. "It's said that the opportunity to break through to the 6th class is extremely rare. The Holy Emperor's Empire will never give outsiders this opportunity, so I plan on using my identity as the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire to obtain this right." Chapter 726. Jianchen was slightly surprised. He asked in a heavy voice, "Uncle Xiao, is there some sort of secret behind this?" Uncle Xiao nodded, "Correct. It's just as you think. There are indeed secrets that very few people know about." Uncle Xiao slowly drank all the alcohol in his cup and said, "If you want a chance to become a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, you need to become a core member of a Radiant Saint Master or be a member of one of the 3 great clans of the Holy Emperor's Empire. Otherwise, it's impossible for outsiders to obtain such an opportunity. At the same time, the Radiant Saint Master Union and the 3 great clans will not let go of any powerful Radiant Saint Masters. They will force them to join their side through threats and promises. As a result, basically all Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters in the Holy Emperor's Empire and even on the Tian Yuan continent belong to the Radiant Saint Master Union and the 3 great clans. Only an extremely small number of people with great backgrounds can obtain their freedom. However, if you want to obtain this freedom, you need to have the support of a clan as powerful as an ancient clan." Uncle Xiao looked at Jianchen and said, "Jianchen, although you are one of the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire, that identity is not enough to protect you because the Qin Empire is only a vassal state of one of the 3 great clans of the Holy Emperor's Empire. As a result, once your true identity is exposed, your actions in the future will be greatly restricted. Moreover, since ancient times, Radiant Saint Masters and fighters cannot exist at the same time. Not only are you a Saint Ruler, but you also possess the abilities of a Radiant Saint Master. Such a strange thing has never happened on the Tian-Yuan continent, even in ancient times. As a result, if the Radiant Saint Master Union learns that you are both a Radiant Saint Master and fighter, it will definitely affect you to a certain extent. As a result, I don't know what kind of consequences you will face. Before your strength reaches the level where you can fend off the Holy Emperor's empire, it's best if you don't reveal this secret so easily. Jianchen fell silent. Uncle Xiu's words had completely messed up his plans. As a result, not only could his identity as the imperial protector of the Qin Empire not be exposed, he had to hide it as much as he could. Otherwise, once people learned that he was both a fighter and a Radiant Saint Master, it would definitely lead to some trouble for him. Jianchen had already anticipated the consequences of his identity as a Radiant Saint Master. However, he was confident that with his current strength as a Saint Ruler and his identity as the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, even if there were some small problems, they would not cause him any trouble. However, he had never thought that the situation would be even more severe than he had imagined. It had completely exceeded his expectations. Uncle Xiu continued, aside from that, the Radiant Saint Master Union has a great secret. This secret is related to all Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters. The main reason why I've come to find you is because of this secret. With that, Jianchen suppressed his worries. He stared at Uncle Xiu closely, waiting for him to continue. Uncle Xiu became rather stern for once. He said, Jianchen, if you hadn't broken through to the 6th class, you would have been restricted by the Union, but it wouldn't have affected you much. The truly fatal thing would be that if you had broken through to the 7th class, your movements would have been completely restricted by the Union. After that, you would have joined a secret research project. Not only would you have lost all of your freedom, but even your life would be in danger. Jianchen's heart violently jumped. He had never thought that the Union would actually have such a dark side to it. Uncle Xiu, what is this secret research project of the Union? Jianchen could not help but ask out of curiosity. Uncle Xiu said with a heavy voice, it's the secret to breaking through to the 8th class. Jianchen was mildly surprised. He asked, Uncle Xiu, are there no Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters on the Tian-Yuan continent? Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters. How can such a heaven-defying existence appear so easily? Uncle Xiu slowly raised his head to look at the ceiling of the restaurant. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the various obstructions and reach the distant stars. He slowly said, Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters have not appeared for countless years already. According to my understanding from some ancient records, Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters have only appeared once in ancient times, and it was only once. After that, no more Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters have appeared on the Tian-Yuan continent because Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters are just too heaven-defying. Heaven-defying? Uncle Xiu, do Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters possess some kind of great ability? Jianchen's curiosity was piqued. He was a Radiant Saint Master himself, so he was obviously very curious about the abilities that Radiant Saint Masters could use in the future. Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters do indeed possess heaven-defying abilities. This ability is even terrifying because they can awaken the sliver of soul left behind in ruler armaments, reviving Saint Rulers who only left behind their ruler armaments when their time was up. Jianchen violently trembled. He stared at Uncle Xiu in disbelief as his heart churned. Uncle Xiu, is this true? Can ruler armaments really be revived and allow their owners to obtain the power of regeneration? Jianchen asked with a trembling voice. I don't know whether it's true or not. I've only read about it in ancient record. However, this is no longer a secret to the large clans on the Tian-Yuan continent. Basically, every single ancient clan knows about it. Even a few hermit clans know about it, said Uncle Xiu. Jianshan's heart began to thump uncontrollably. He had learned about this from Dugu Feng and Huang Luan when he participated in the tournament in Mercenary City. However, he believed it to be a rumor back then, so he did not take it to heart. Now that he had heard the same thing from Uncle Xiao, he could not help but believe it. Even though it all seemed so absurd, Jianshan found it hard to believe. It also filled Jianshan with yearning. He yearned to become a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master. Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters are actually so heaven-defying. I wonder if I'll be able to reach that level of cultivation in my lifetime, Jianshan thought. At this moment, Uncle Xiao continued, the Radiant Saint Master Union has been conducting this research for many years now. Basically every single Class 7 Radiant Saint Master has been involved in this research, but none of them have succeeded. Instead, many Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters have died because of it. As a result, Jianshan, once you break through to Class 7, you must leave the Union. You must not participate in this research because very few of the Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters who have participated in this research have survived. Uncle Xiao, did none of the Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters resist? Jianshan asked. You don't know just how crazy the Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters are to reach Class 8. For this, they are willing to give up their lives. Although there are a few people who are unwilling to participate in this research, once they join the Radiant Saint Master Union, their lives will no longer be up to them. Even if they try to escape, they'll be captured by the experts of the 3 clans in the end, Houston said. Jianshan's heart became heavy. The information he had heard from Uncle Xiao had completely overturned his understanding of the Radiant Saint Master Union. Suddenly, Jianshan's heart skipped a beat. He asked, Uncle Xiao, may I ask if the white tiger will be recognized by others if it follows me? Uncle Xiao glanced at the white tiger that was sleeping soundly on Jianshan's shoulder and said, on the Tianyuan continent, there are definitely less than 10 people who can recognize the winged tiger, and there's no such person in the 3 great empires. Jianshan, you don't have to worry about that. However, you must remember that you can't expose the winged tiger to Class 7 magical beasts because they can sense the pressure from the bloodline of a divine beast within the winged tiger. Jianshan felt like a rock had been lifted from his heart when he heard that. He completely stopped worrying. Jianshan, I've said everything I need to say. I believe you will make a wise choice. Go. After saying that, Uncle Xiao's body silently disappeared. At the same time, the transparent barrier covering the table also disappeared. Without the protection of the barrier, Jianshan immediately heard the clamor in the restaurant. However, none of those people noticed that an old man had silently vanished from the table where Jianshan sat. Even when Jianshan sat down with Uncle Xiao, no one noticed. It was as if they were just air. Jianshan slowly stood up. Uncle Xiao's words had completely disrupted Jianshan's original plans. Now, he had no choice but to come up with a new plan to obtain the opportunity to break through to the 7th class. Jianshan lost interest in eating. He stood up from his chair and turned around to leave. He left on his Class 4 magical beast. After Jianshan left, a waiter passed by the table where Jianshan and Uncle Xiao were sitting. Seeing the table filled with delicacies, the waiter could not help but become slightly confused. He thought hard for a while before his face suddenly changed. He cried out, I remember now. Where's that old man? Where did that old man go? That bastard, he still hasn't paid. The waiter immediately chased after them. Looking at the crowd on the street outside, he could not help but sigh at the sky. He thought, I'm done for. This month's wages are definitely gone. Jianshan found an inn in the 1st-class city to settle down. He began to plan his future actions. 3 days later, Jianshan left the city. He flew towards the City of God, one of the 3 capital cities of the Holy Emperor's Empire. This was because the Radiant Saint Master Union was located in the City of God. 2 days later, on the official road outside the City of God, a luxurious carriage galloped quickly on the wide official road, kicking up large amounts of dust. Around the carriage, there were about 50 burly mercenaries escorting it. Esteemed Radiant Saint Master, we are only 30 kilometers away from the city of God. At this moment, the driver suddenly turned around and said to the person inside the carriage. The tightly shut door of the carriage was suddenly opened, revealing a young man in his 20s. He wore a white, luxurious robe and had a very handsome face. His pair of ordinary eyes exuded a unique attraction, as if they were as deep as the vast starry sky. The young man stared at the tall city walls in front of him as a strange light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 727. The young man was Jianchen. Uncle Xiu's arrival had completely changed Jianchen's original plans. Now, he had already given up on his identity as a fighter. He planned on going to the Holy Emperor's Empire with another identity before joining the Radiant Saint Master Union and becoming a core member. Fortunately, there had never been in existence who was both a fighter and a Radiant Saint Master on the Tianyuan continent. This gave Jianchen an additional layer of protection. Jianchen did not care about the white tiger on his head at all. He also stared at the city in front of him with great curiosity. He murmured, "Are those the 7 capital cities of the Tianyuan continent? They really are extremely large. I can actually sense a primordial presence from the walls that seem like dragons crawling on the ground. It's so vast that it actually makes me feel pressured." He, esteemed Radiant Saint Master, this must be your first time in the city of God, right? Your understanding of the city is not as clear as ours. It's said that the 7 capital cities of the Tianyuan continent were forcefully uprooted from the ground by several experts who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor. Not only are the cities extremely tough, but they are also protected by a powerful mysterious power. The defenses of the cities are far greater than anyone can imagine. It's said that no one on the Tianyuan continent has been able to get through the defenses of the 7 capital cities. If the barriers are activated, even the 9th heavenly layer experts of the Holy Emperor won't be able to get through, a mercenary said as he rode on the side of the carriage. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was honest and sincere, and he was also the captain of the small mercenary group. Although he was only an Earth Saint Master, he was still a native of the Holy Emperor's empire, so he knew the city of God extremely well. Captain Hu Yun, are you saying that the 7 capital cities of the Tianyuan continent were uprooted from the ground by those supreme experts in ancient times? Jianchen's eyes sparkled as he stared at the middle-aged man who spoke. There was also a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Commander Hu Yun chuckled. Yeah, this rumor is no secret in our Holy Emperor's empire. It's said that the 7 capital cities of the Tianyuan continent were all uprooted from the ground by several Holy Emperor experts working together. Perhaps it should be said that they grew from the ground. Although countless years have passed since then, the 7 capital cities still possess great power. The reinforced walls are impossible to break through. Jianchen took a deep breath. He looked at the tall city wall that was approaching from afar. He found it hard to imagine how powerful and terrifying it would be to pull such a huge city out of the ground. The rest of the journey was silent. Jianchen sat in the luxurious carriage as he slowly made his way to the city of God under the protection of a group of mercenaries. The walls of the city of God were 100 meters tall. They were completely snow-white and as smooth as a mirror. There were no cracks at all. The entire wall seemed to be a single piece, as if it had been created by the world itself. The snow-white wall actually reflected a hazy white light under the sunlight. It was filled with holiness. The 16 tall city gates were filled with hubbub of voices. There was an endless stream of mercenaries and merchants going in and out of the city. Every city gate was filled with soldiers wearing silver-white armor. Their cold gazes swept past the people who were constantly going in and out of the city. However, every team that entered the city of God had to pay a shiny gold coin as the entrance fee. This was one of the sources of income for the three great families of the Holy Empire. When Jianchen passed by the gates of the city of God, he could not help but become stern. This was because he could clearly sense an extremely pure and tremendous energy hidden within the walls of the city. For the first time, Jianchen felt so insignificant before this energy, like he was a small boat floating in the ocean. At the same time, a tremendous pressure enveloped Jianchen's entire soul, making him feel like he was facing an undefeatable enemy. He did not even dare to think about resisting. Is this the energy of the Holy Emperor? Looks like the rumors are true. The 7 capital cities of the Tian-Yuan continent really were uprooted by the Holy Emperor in ancient times. Jianchen was secretly shocked. The carriage entered the city of God without any obstructions. It continued on for another 50 kilometers before Jianchen dismounted. He casually tossed a pouch filled with purple coins to Captain Hu Yun before turning around and leaving. Commander Hu Yun looked at the pouch in his hand that was filled to the brim with purple coins. He was immediately surprised and said, "Esteemed Radiant Saint Master, there's no need for this much. Your commission is too much." "Captain Hu Yun, it's been hard on our brothers along the way. Just treat the rest as extra compensation." Jianchen's voice rang out from up ahead. Jianchen continued onward without even looking back, disappearing into the busy streets very quickly. The streets of the City of God were extremely wide, enough for over a dozen carriages to travel side by side. Jianchen looked around as he walked along the wide street. He would raise his head to look at the sky from time to time. Ever since he had entered the City of God, he could clearly sense that the energy of the world here was several times denser than outside. The closer he was to the center of the city, the denser the energy of the world would be. Other than that, the radiant saint force in the surroundings was several times denser as well. If he used radiant saint force here, Jianchen believed that he would only need a single moment to push the density of his radiant saint force to the limit. Other than that, there were many experts in the City of God as well. Almost half of the people or mercenaries on the streets were Earth Saint Masters. Even Heaven Saint Masters were rather common. Radiant Saint Masters, who were rarely seen in the outside world, could only be regarded as common here. They could be seen everywhere. As one of the 7 capital cities of the Tian-Yuan continent, the City of God was not only a place where Radiant Saint Masters gathered, it was also a place where experts gathered. However, there was one thing that caught Jianchen's attention. He saw quite a few Radiant Saint Masters on the streets, but all of them wore badges of various colors on their chests without exception. They were red, orange, yellow, green, and so on. The white tiger did not continue to sleep either. It stood on Jianchen's head with its head held high and its chest puffed out. It looked around curiously with its large, bright eyes, as if it was filled with curiosity about everything here. At this moment, the sound of hooves rang out in the distance. Over 10 people riding magical beasts approached Jianchen. The 2 people at the very front were a man and woman in their 20s. The man wore azure robes. He was tall and sturdy, with a stocky build. The woman wore white robes. She was pretty and pretty. Her skin was white and she was rather pretty. Her beautiful eyes looked at the mercenaries on the 2 sides of the street with some disdain. A sliver of pride appeared between her brows. When the woman's gaze inadvertently glanced at Jianchen, she immediately made eye contact with the white tiger on Jianchen's shoulder. The white tiger's pure and intelligent gaze was immediately imprinted in the woman's mind. "What a cute little beast!" the woman subconsciously cried out. Her eyes shone as she stared at the white tiger. Her expression was filled with unconcealable love. The young man beside the woman followed the woman's gaze and discovered the existence of the little white tiger. He immediately turned his head and smiled at the woman. "Since little sister likes it, I'll buy it for you as a gift." With that, the young man controlled his magical beast to block Jianchen's path. He studied Jianchen and discovered that he was not a member of a large clan in the City of God. He immediately relaxed and said, "Brother, my sister has taken a liking to your little beast. Name a price and I'll buy it." The young man smiled, but his voice was extremely cold. He spoke to Jianchen in a commanding tone. Jianchen frowned slightly. He did not even glance at the young man as he coldly replied, "I'm not selling." With that, he moved around the young man. The young man's eyes turned cold. He looked at Jianchen's slender figure and said, "From your appearance, you should be a Radiant Saint Master. May I ask why you don't wear a Radiant Saint Master's badge?" Badge? When Jianchen heard that, he was interested. He immediately thought of the badges on the chests of the Radiant Saint Masters he had encountered along the way. Looks like this badge is issued by the Radiant Saint Master Union. It should be a symbol of status for Radiant Saint Masters, Jianchen thought. The white-robed woman on a Class 4 magical beast arrived before Jianchen arrogantly. She studied Jianchen, but when she saw Jianchen's face, she immediately became stunned. However, a sliver of disdain appeared in her eyes soon after. She said, "You're quite handsome. Looking at your figure and appearance, you really do seem like a Radiant Saint Master. However, you don't wear a badge issued by the Radiant Saint Master Union. You must have just awakened your abilities as a Radiant Saint Master and haven't been verified by the Union yet. Whatever. Even if you're only a Class 1, Radiant Saint Master, or perhaps not even a Class 1, Radiant Saint Master, it's all because I find you pleasing to the eye. Give the infant beast to me, and I'll make an exception and take in a male follower as a reward. As long as you follow me, I'll teach you radiant arts." Jianchen raised his head to look at the woman who sat on the magical beast and looked down at him. He saw that she actually wore a green badge on her chest as well. Jianchen did not know what the badges represented, but he knew that green badges were rather rare. At the very least, only 2 or 3 of the Radiant Saint Masters he had seen wore green badges. The others all wore red, orange, and yellow badges. "Sorry, I'm not selling this beast, nor will I offer it to anyone," Jianchen declined without any hesitation before walking away without even looking back. Chapter 728. The young man's expression suddenly changed as well. His gaze immediately became sharp and he coldly said, "A mere low-level Radiant Saint Master is actually so arrogant. You really want to do things the hard way. I'd like to see what ability you have to stop me from taking this cub away." The young man leapt up and directly flew off his mount towards Jianchen. His hand reached out towards the white tiger on Jianchen's head with lightning speed. A cold light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. The young man's actions had already completely infuriated Jianchen. However, Jianchen did not react at all. He was only a Radiant Saint Master right now. He definitely could not expose his abilities as a fighter in front of so many people. Otherwise, his disguise would be exposed. The white tiger's bright eyes stared at the young man who was trying to grab it. Its intelligent eyes revealed a sliver of disdain and ridicule. Just as the young man's hand arrived in front of the white tiger suddenly opened its small mouth and bit the young man's finger. The young man never thought that the cub that seemed to pose no threat at all would actually be so fast. Before he could even react, his finger had been bitten by the cub's mouth. Soon after, an intense pain suddenly appeared, causing the young man's expression to drastically change. Soon after, a miserable cry uncontrollably came from his mouth. "Ah!" The young man let out a miserable cry. His body actually retreated even faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated 10 meters away. His eyes were still filled with shock as he stared at the white tiger that seemed to pose no threat at all above Jianchen's head. Blood flowed from the young man's right hand. One of his fingers had already been bitten off by the white tiger. The pain of having his finger broken caused the young man's facial muscles to twist violently. This inconceivable scene in front of them was noticed by the surrounding people who were watching the show. Each and every one of them had a slightly shocked expression. Their gazes uniformly landed on the little white tiger. No one would have thought that this seemingly harmless cub would actually be able to bite off a person's finger in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. This was especially true when the person whose finger was bitten off still had the strength of a high-level great Saint Master. What kind of magical beast is this? The young man forcefully suppressed the intense pain coming from his hand and exclaimed as he stared at the little white tiger in shock. His heart was in turmoil because he actually didn't notice at all how the cub had bitten off his finger. He only felt that when his finger was about to grab the cub, a heart-wrenching pain immediately came. I didn't expect this cute cub to be so aggressive. It's really beyond my expectations. The woman with the green insignia of a radiant Saint Master on her chest stared at the white tiger with shining eyes. She became even more determined to obtain the young beast. The young man who had his finger bitten off stared at the white tiger and his eyes flickered a few times before landing on Jianchen. He said in a deep voice, "Sir, your cub actually bit off my finger. I, Lei Mingrao, must obtain justice for this matter. Leave your cub behind and hand it over to our Lei clan. We can forgive you for your disrespect towards our Lei clan." Jianchen gently picked up the white tiger that was standing on his head and held it in his arms. He gently stroked Mao Songsong's little head and glanced at the young man with a sharp gaze. Then, without saying anything, he turned around and left. With Jianchen's current status, he really couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this young man. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't use his strength as a fighter here, he would have taught this arrogant young man a lesson long ago. Seeing that his words had been ignored by a mere low-level radiant Saint Master, Lei Mingrao flew into a rage out of humiliation. He waved his hand and yelled, "Stop him! If you don't give me an explanation for today's matter, don't even think about leaving. I can't just cut off a finger for nothing." The dozen burly men behind Lei Mingrao and the woman immediately controlled their mounts to surround Jianchen. Although Radiant Saint Masters possessed an extremely high status in the Holy Emperor's kingdom, the Lei clan was still quite powerful in the City of God. A mere Radiant Saint Master that had yet to be certified was nothing in the eyes of the Lei clan. "Capture him and bring him to the Lei clan for interrogation," Lei Mingrao ordered. "Yes, sir." The dozen or so burly men responded in unison and reached out to grab Jianchen. But at that moment, a deep voice rang out from outside the arena. "How dare your Lei clan disrespect a Radiant Saint Master in the City of God? Are you trying to challenge the dignity of the Radiant Saint Master Union?" This voice immediately made the men from the Lei clan hesitate. They all stared at the source of the voice with ugly expressions. Even Lei Mingrao's face suddenly changed. Deep fear filled his eyes. The Radiant Saint Master Union was an extremely large organization in the City of God. Even the three great clans that controlled the Holy Emperor's kingdom were inextricably linked. They were an existence that could not be provoked no matter what. A middle-aged man in white robes pushed the crowd aside and walked in with his head held high. Behind him were two other middle-aged men with cold faces. They both radiated with an icy presence. They were both Earth Saint Masters. Lei Mingrao stared at the middle-aged man coldly, but when he noticed the azure badge on the man's chest, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The woman on the magical beast also noticed the azure insignia on the man's chest. Her face immediately changed slightly, and she gently snorted. She murmured to herself in a voice that only she could hear, "Isn't he just a Class 5 Radiant Saint Master? If I have enough time, I'll definitely be able to reach that level of cultivation." The Class 5 Radiant Saint Master glanced around before looking at the men surrounding Jianchen. He coldly snorted and called out, "How dare you attack a Radiant Saint Master? Do you want to be punished by the Radiant Saint Master Union? Why don't you disperse?" The Class 5 Radiant Saint Master's call immediately deterred the burly men from the Lei family. They did not dare to make a sound and immediately dispersed as quickly as possible, distancing themselves from Jianchen. Lei Mingrao stood to one side, not daring to say anything. His gaze towards the Class 5, Radiant Saint Master was filled with deep fear. Although Radiant Saint Masters were very weak, their status in the Holy Emperor's empire was much greater than his status as the third young master of the Lei family. Lei Mingrao clenched his fists tightly as he glared at Jianchen viciously. He would never give up on his revenge so easily. The Class 5, Radiant Saint Master arrived before Jianchen under the protection of the two Earth Saint Masters. He immediately smiled and said, "Looking at your attire, you should be a Radiant Saint Master as well. Why don't you go to the Radiant Saint Master Union for the certification?" Jianchen clasped his hands towards the middle-aged man and said, "Thank you for helping me out. I was just about to go to the Union for the certification, but I didn't think something so troublesome would happen." The Class 5, Radiant Saint Master was clearly very amiable. Even though Jianchen was only a low-level Radiant Saint Master in his eyes, he did not look down on him because of that. He smiled faintly and said, "I'm called Bai Lin. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Bai Lin. Little brother, as long as you are a Radiant Saint Master, no matter how powerful you are, you will receive great treatment in the Holy Emperor's empire. You will receive the protection of the Radiant Saint Master Union, so in the City of God, you don't need to fear those people who bully you. If they make things difficult for you, you can just mention the Radiant Saint Master Union." "Thank you, Uncle Bai Lin, for your guidance." Jianchen clasped his hands. "Little brother, this place is very close to a branch of the Radiant Saint Master Union. I just happen to have some free time right now, so why don't I accompany you to the Union for the certification?" Bai Lin smiled. Afterward, Jianchen left with the White Tiger and Bai Lin, leaving behind Lei Minmiao, who stood there with a sunken face as he stared at Jianchen's back. Now that Jianchen was walking with a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master, Lei Minmiao would not dare to stop them even if he had eaten the guts of a leopard. "Two people, secretly follow that kid and report to me at all times." Lei Ming-ao instructed the group of guards behind him before he mounted his magical beast and left in a hurry. His severed finger had to be repaired as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it was delayed for too long, it would be troublesome to repair it. Fortunately, it was not too severe this time, so it would not be difficult to repair it. Jianchen and Bai Lin chatted along the way as they made their way to the closest branch of the Radiant Saint Master Union. Along the way, Bai Lin explained a few rules of the City of God and questions regarding Radiant Saint Masters to Jianchen, allowing Jianchen to gain a better understanding of the city. Chapter 729. Jianchen stood outside the entrance and studied the branch of the Radiant Saint Master Union. From Lin Bai, he had learned that not only did the Union provide all Radiant Saint Masters with the certification of their ranks, but it also provided free lodging and food for all Radiant Saint Masters. Without any exaggeration, the branch was like an inn in the eyes of the Radiant Saint Masters, an extremely safe and special inn that would not be disturbed by anyone. "Brother, you're probably unfamiliar with this place. Come with me. I'll take you to get your Radiant Saint Master certification." The Radiant Saint Master Union places great importance on every single Radiant Saint Master. Some of the more powerful Radiant Saint Masters will even receive the personal protection of experts from the Union when they venture out. Bai Lin smiled as he explained to Jianchen. He led Jianchen into the branch. Lin Bai glanced at the two cold men behind him and said to Jianchen in a rather complacent manner, "Brother, do you see the two brothers beside me? They're the experts sent by the Union to protect me. They've both reached the third cycle of Earth Saint Master." Jianchen glanced back at the two men with that, and a sliver of surprise flashed through his eyes. He had originally thought that the two of them had been sent by the Lin clan to protect him, but he had never thought that the two Earth Saint Masters would actually be sent by the Radiant Saint Master Union. This surprised him greatly. Lin Bai smiled in a rather complacent manner when he saw Jianchen's expression. He said, "This is the treatment of a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master. If you reach Class 5 in the future, you'll be able to enjoy this treatment as well." As he said that, Jianchen arrived before a counter under Lin Bai's lead. A white-robed, white-haired old man lay on an armchair behind the counter. His eyes were currently closed, clearly asleep. His snores were thunderous, and an azure badge hung from his chest. It was the same color as Lin Bai's badge. "Gabby, stop sleeping, your job is here." Lin Bai knocked on the counter several times with his right hand, making muffled sounds. The old man immediately became furious when he was woken up. Before he even opened his eyes, he furiously roared, "Which blind brat dares to wake up my esteemed Class 5, Radiant Saint Master Jia Michigan? Are you sick of staying in the City of God?" Just as his voice faded, the old man's sleepy eyes immediately landed on Lin Bai. His expression was slightly startled, and he immediately laughed awkwardly. Scratching his head, he said, "Lin Bai brat, so it's you. It's fine, it's fine. I was woken up from my beautiful dream. I'll have the same beautiful dream in a while." Lin Bai was clearly used to the old man's appearance. He extended his hand and pulled Jianchen before him. "Jia Mi, this little brother is a Radiant Saint Master, but he hasn't been certified yet. You're the vice-chairman of this branch, so you can certify him." Jia Mi glanced at Jianchen from the corner of his eyes, but he did not take it to heart. He casually took out a piece of paper and began to write. He said, "Lin Bai, this is the 20th child you've brought. You're just a kind person. You're honest and kind at heart. Perhaps this is why you can reach Class 5 at such a young age." Lin Bai smiled, but he did not say anything. "Brat, what's your name? How old are you? Where are you from? When did you discover that you could communicate with Radiant Saint Force?" Jia Mi asked without even raising his head. Jianchen knew that Jia Mi was asking him, so he answered without thinking, "My name is Yang Yutian. I'm 24 years old this year. I come from a remote mountain village. When I was young, I accidentally discovered that I could communicate with Radiant Saint Masters." Jia Mi quickly wrote down Jianchen's information on a piece of paper, then he stood up and said, "Come with me. I'll take you to test your abilities as a Radiant Saint Master." Afterward, Jianchen followed Jia Mi into a secret room at the back of the branch. Lin Bai and his 2 bodyguards also followed. The room was a little dark. The spacious room was empty. The only thing in the room was a fist-sized white stone on a round table in the center. The white stone was like a luminous pearl, emitting a hazy light. "Yang Yutian, use your greatest ability to control Radiant Saint Force, then pour it all into this white stone," Jia Mi said expressionlessly. Jianchen remained silent. He slowly walked to the white stone. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly extended his right index finger. In an instant, a layer of faint white light appeared between Jianchen's fingers, then it quickly became stronger. Soon, it became a ball of gentle white light. With the appearance of this white light, the dark room became brighter. This scene caused Jia Mi and Lin Bai's pupils to suddenly shrink. Jia Lao, who originally didn't care, suddenly had a pair of bright eyes. "This brat can condense Radiant Saint Force so quickly." Jia Lao sighed in surprise. For the first time, his face became serious. Lin Bai also stared at Jianchen in surprise. He never thought that Jianchen, who looked like a low-level Radiant Saint envoy, could condense Radiant Saint Force so quickly. This speed had completely surpassed him, a Class 5 Radiant Saint Master. At this moment, Jianchen's finger suddenly touched the white stone in front of him. The Radiant Saint Force at the tip of his finger immediately poured into the white stone. Immediately, the white stone shone with a dazzling light. The light quickly turned from red to orange and then to yellow. Yellow. This Yang Yutian, who came from a remote village, is actually a Class 3 Radiant Saint Master. A 24-year-old Class 3 Radiant Saint Master. A person with such talent will have great achievements in the future. At the very least, he will become a Class 5 Radiant Saint Master or even a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master. Jia Mi stared at the white stone in a daze as he muttered to himself. Then, His eyes gradually became filled with excitement. Suddenly, the yellow light rapidly changed. In the next moment, a dense green light shone from the white stone. Class 4, Radiant Saint Master. He's actually a Class 4, Radiant Saint Master. The vice-chairman of the branch, Jiami, could no longer maintain his composure. He cried out hysterically as he stared at Jianchen in disbelief. Lin Bai's gaze towards Jianchen also underwent a drastic change. At this moment, his heart was thumping non-stop. He murmured, "I never thought that Brother Yang Yutian would be a Class 4, Radiant Saint Master at the age of 24. He's no weaker than the prodigy of the Lei family. With such great talent, he can rank in the top 10 of the Holy Emperor's empire." The eyes of the two Earth Saint Masters behind Lin Bai suddenly narrowed. They stared at Jianchen in shock. Reaching the Class 4, Radiant Saint Master at the age of 24 was rare in the Holy Emperor's empire. The two of them had seen quite a few Radiant Saint Masters in their lives, but those who could reach the Class 4, Radiant Saint Master were all middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s without exception. There were even some people who had spent 70 or 80 years to reach that level. Class 4, Radiant Saint Master. Haha, I never thought that Yang Yutian would actually reach the Class 4, Radiant Saint Master. I never thought that a 24-year-old Class 4, Radiant Saint Master would appear in my tiny third-class branch. Jiami was so excited that he could not control himself. He laughed crazily. At this moment, a soft cracking sound rang out in the secret room. A tiny crack suddenly appeared on the white rock used to test Radiant Saint Force. It then rapidly expanded in all directions at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, the rock became covered in web-like cracks. In the end, with a bang, the entire rock suddenly exploded, falling to the ground in fragments. Jiami's laughter came to a halt as he suddenly became stunned. He stared blankly at the shattered rock on the ground as disbelief filled his eyes. Lin Bai was stunned as well. His mouth hung wide open as his eyes widened. He said with a trembling voice, "SS Class 5, Radiant Saint Master. Impossible. Yang Yutian is only 24 years old. How can he reach Class 5? A 24-year-old Class 5, Radiant Saint Master hasn't appeared on the Tian Yuan continent for several millennia," Jiami murmured in a daze. He could not believe what he was seeing. Lin Bai's breathing became heavy. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Jiami. He hurriedly said, "Jiami, what are you standing around for? Why don't you take Brother Yang Yutian to the Central Union to be certified as a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master? This is a great contribution to a vice-president of a third-class branch like you." Jiami's body trembled as he immediately reacted. He hurriedly said, Yes. Yang Yutian, come with me to the Central Union to be certified as a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master." At that moment, Jiami, a weak Radiant Saint Master, actually displayed the speed of a fighter. He arrived before Jianchen in a single stride and pulled Jianchen out by the arm without saying anything else. After that, Lin Bai and his two personal guards followed closely behind Gami. On the streets of the City of God, a luxurious carriage with the symbol of the Radiant Saint Master Union quickly rushed through the street. On both sides of the carriage, there were over a dozen burly men on Class 4 magical beasts escorting it. There were even a few burly men who urged their magical beasts to clear the way. They constantly yelled out, causing the passers-by to discuss. In the City of God, one of the 7 super-cities, only the clan that controlled the City of God and the Radiant Saint Master Union dared to run through the streets so recklessly. Chapter 730. Just as Jianchen and Jiami were on their way to the Union, a white-robed old man in his 70s slowly dispersed the dense Radiant Saint force that had gathered around his hands in a rather large, luxurious residence in the City of God. Before the old man hung an exquisite blue badge. The blue badge was the symbol of a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. It was issued by the Union, and only Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters had the right to wear it. As a result, the old man was a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master. Before the old man, lay Mingao, who had clashed with Jianchen and had his finger bitten off by the white tiger, sat on a chair as he stretched his finger that had just recovered. Ming Ao, it's fortunate that you returned to the clan in time with your severed finger. Otherwise, even I wouldn't have been able to heal your finger if the time had dragged on. Only the elders of the Radiant Saint Master Union can do that, the Class 6 Radiant Saint Master emotionlessly replied. Lei Mingao stood up from the chair and politely bowed to the old man. He said, "Thank you, third grandfather, for healing my finger. I will never forget your kindness." The Class 6 Radiant Saint Master gently sighed. Ming Ao, although my lay family has a certain status in the City of God, we can't do whatever we want. There are many clans that are more powerful than my lay family in the City of God. It's best if you don't cause too much trouble outside. Mingao will follow third grandfather's advice. Lei Mingao did not dare to act recklessly before the old man because not only was his third grandfather the only Class 6 Radiant Saint Master in the lay family, he was also a core member of the Union. His status was extremely great. The Class 6 Radiant Saint Master nodded before leaving the room in exhaustion. Just as the Class 6 Radiant Saint Master left, the respect on Lei Mingao's face immediately vanished. His face sank as he gritted his teeth. A mere low-level Radiant Saint Master actually dares to act so recklessly in front of me, Lei Mingao. He even severed one of my fingers. If I don't get my revenge, I won't have any face left in the Lei family. Brother, I really like the cub in that low-level Radiant Saint Master's hands. You have to bring it back for me. As soon as Lei Mingrao finished speaking, a woman's voice rang out from outside. The woman with the green Radiant Saint Master insignia walked in. Her face was filled with undisguised arrogance. Lei Mingao immediately smiled when he saw the woman. He said, "Sister, don't worry. I'll definitely bring the cub back for you. Just treat it as a gift from me." Lei Mingao did not dare to show any disrespect to his sister. His sister's status was extremely special in the Lei family. It was much higher than his status as the third young master of the Lei family. This was because his sister's talent was extremely great. She had become a Class 4 Radiant Saint Master at the age of 23, becoming one of the 10 most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation in the City of God. All the senior members of the Lei family had high hopes for her, and she had even been praised by an elder of the Union. He had said that his sister would definitely become a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master within 20 years, or even have the potential to become a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master. As a result, his sister, who was not a direct descendant of the Lei family, possessed a status that completely surpassed his status as the third young master. This was because Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters were all elders of the Union without any exception. They possessed extremely great statuses. Even with the entire Union in perspective, there were only around 20 elders who had reached Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters. At this moment, a guard that Lei Mingao had sent to follow Jianchen hurriedly ran in. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Young Master, the low-level Radiant Saint Master and the Vice President of the third-grade branch on the sun-facing street have left in a carriage. They seem to be heading towards the Union in the center of the city." With that, Lei Mingao frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, he murmured, "Why are they going to the Union?" At this moment, the woman with the green insignia thought of something. She murmured to herself, "That low-level Radiant Saint Master seems to have come for a Radiant Saint Master certification. The third-grade branch on the sun-facing street can only certify Class 4 Radiant Saint Masters. Once a Radiant Saint Master surpasses Class 4, they have to go to the Union to be certified. Has that Radiant Saint Master already reached Class 5? Lei Mingao's expression immediately changed when he heard her mention Class 5 Radiant Saint Master. He firmly said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. He looks even younger than me. How can he be a Class 5 Radiant Saint Master? The woman frowned in thought for a while before coldly staring at the guard. She said, "Prepare a carriage immediately. I want to go to the Union." "Yes, young Miss Lane," the guard replied politely before quickly running off. The woman called young Miss Lane did not hesitate either. She immediately left. Lei Mingao hesitated for a moment as he watched Lei Yin's figure gradually disappear into the distance. Gritting his teeth, he immediately chased after her. "Little sister, wait for me. I'll go with you." The city of God was very big. Luxurious carriages were galloping on the wide road. The horses didn't stop for a day and a night before they finally arrived at the center of the city of God. They finally stopped in front of a majestic castle. This castle was the headquarters of the Union. It was extremely large, 100 meters tall. The entire castle shone with a gentle white light. It was filled with holiness and a sense of purity. However, the most eye-catching thing was at the very top of the castle. There was a ball of light that was around 10 meters in diameter. The ball of light was completely condensed from pure radiant Saint force. It did not disperse, as if it had existed since ancient times. As soon as Jianchen jumped off the carriage, he was stunned by the castle before him. His gaze immediately landed on the ball of dense radiant Saint force at the top of the castle. He could feel that there was a vast amount of radiant Saint force within the ball of light. The radiant Saint force was so powerful that it shocked Jianchen. At this moment, Jiami and Lin Bai also jumped off the carriage with tired expressions. Their gazes were also focused on the ball of light at the top of the castle, just like Jianchen. This item is the symbol of the Union. At the very center of the ball of dense radiant Saint force is the only Saint artifact that can allow a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master to reach Class 7. This item opens once every 50 years. Each time it opens, only 10 people can enter and obtain the opportunity to break through to Class 7. There's only 1 year, 5 months, and 18 days left until the next time it opens. Jiami explained to Jianchen. This matter was no longer a secret in the Holy Emperor's empire. Almost all the Radiant Saint Masters knew about it. Jianchen stared at the ball of powerful Radiant Saint force at the top of the castle. Although there was a Saint artifact that could allow a Radiant Saint Master to reach Class 7, he could not see it at all. The ball of dense Radiant Saint force was just too powerful. There was also an extremely powerful seal around it. Even the senses of his soul could not penetrate it. I never thought that the Union would actually place such a precious Saint artifact here. It looks like they've made thorough preparations for the safety of this Saint artifact. They're not afraid of it being taken away at all. Jianchen thought to himself. He forcefully suppressed some unrealistic thoughts and followed Jiami and Lin Bai into the castle. Jiami led Jianchen through the spacious castle. The castle was filled with radiant Saint Masters wearing white robes with badges of various colors on their chests. They were talking in groups of 2s and 3s. Jianchen followed Jiami to a counter. Behind the counter sat an old man who also wore a green badge. "Jiami, what are you doing here in the Union instead of staying in your branch? Did you find a Class 5 Radiant Saint Master and want to be certified?" The old man behind the counter clearly knew Jiami. He laughed as soon as he saw Jiami. He quickly glanced behind Jiami and saw Lin Bai and Jianchen. His gaze stayed on Lin Bai for a while. As for Jianchen, he completely ignored him. "Gasol, you're right. I have indeed brought someone here to be certified as a 5th-rank Radiant Saint Master." Jiami chuckled. Gasol's gaze sharpened as he carefully looked at Lin Bai. He was secretly shocked. Could it be that this junior has already broken through the 5th rank and reached the 6th rank? Looking at his age, he's probably not even 50 yet. Reaching the 6th rank at such a young age is too inconceivable. This speed is actually several times faster than a martial artist's cultivation. Although he was secretly shocked, Gasol did not hesitate. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." I'll take you to be tested. Before long, Jianchen and the others followed Gasol to a secret room. Gasol took out a thumb-sized bead from a treasure box in the room. He then walked to Lin Bai with a serious expression and said, "Since you've passed the Class 5, Radiant Saint Master test, you should know the rules. I won't say too much." Chapter 731. Gasol didn't give the item to Jianchen. Instead, he gave it to Lin Bai, who was already a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master, who wore a cyan badge on his chest. In his opinion, the person who would be tested this time would be Lin Bai without a doubt. After all, Lin Bai's talent was there for all to see. He didn't care about Jiami, who had been friends with him for decades. He knew Jiami very well. Although Jiami's talent was good, he had only become a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master 2 years ago. It was impossible for him to break through again in 2 years, going from Class 5 to Class 6. As for Jianchen, Gasol directly ignored him, because Jianchen was really too young. Gasol even thought that Jianchen was Jiami or Lin Bai's disciple. Gasol's actions caused Lin Bai and Jiami to be stunned. Even Jianchen's expression revealed a trace of astonishment. But shortly after, the three of them revealed bitter smiles at the same time. They all understood that Gasol had made a mistake about the person who had come for the test. Even the two cold-faced Earth Saint Masters behind Lin Bai couldn't help but reveal a rare, amused smile at the sight of this. Gasol saw everyone's strange expressions and felt a wave of doubt. He looked at Lin Bai with some surprise and asked, "Could it be that you aren't the one who will be tested this time?" Lin Bai shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I am 45 years old, and I only reached Class 5 half a year ago. How can I make another breakthrough in such a short time? Sir, you think too highly of me." Gasol's face revealed a trace of awkwardness. There were quite a few testers in the Radiant Saint Master Union, and Gasol was only one of them. Although Lin Bai had been certified as a rank 5, Radiant Saint Master here, the tester wasn't Gasol, so Gasol didn't know anything about Lin Bai. Gasol looked at his good friend of many years, Jiami, with some envy in his eyes. Although he found it hard to believe, he had to accept the fact that his good friend was already one step ahead of him. "Congratulations, Jiami. I didn't think that you would make another breakthrough in these 2 years. You are about to become a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master and have the qualifications to become a core member of the Radiant Saint Master Union. You can practice the radiant arcane arts of the Radiant Saint Master Union, but I don't have the authority to test Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters. Every Class 6, Radiant Saint Master's advancement is carried out by the Elders. Wait a moment, I'll inform the Elders immediately." A jade pendant had his hand, and was about to inform the Elders. Jiami immediately extended his hand to stop Gasol's actions. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Gasol. "Gasol, you've really become muddle-headed. You didn't even ask us why we're here for the test, and you've already decided that Lin Bai and I are about to become Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters." Jiami took a small step back, and under Gasol's astonished gaze, he pulled Jianchen in front of him and said proudly, "This is little brother Yang Yutian. Little brother Yang Yutian's talent is extraordinary. He's only 24 this year, and he already has great achievements. When he came to my union for the test, his dense radiant saint force actually caused the spirit stones used for the test to explode. Although little brother Yang Yutian is young, he's already a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master. That's why I brought little brother Yang Yutian all the way to the Union for the test. Gasol, you old fool, do you understand now? The testers this time aren't me and Lin Bai, but little brother Yang Yutian." "What? He's the tester? He's already a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master?" Gasol was greatly shocked as he looked at Jianchen with disbelief. Although Class 5, Radiant Saint Masters at the age of 24 were not unheard of on the Tianyuan continent, they were extremely rare. It had already been several thousand years since such a young high-level Radiant Saint Master had appeared. Jiami smiled complacently and said, "Of course." "Gasol, do you think that a Class 4, Radiant Saint Master can make my spirit stones explode? Alright, let's cut the crap. Hurry up and test little brother Yang Yutian. I can't wait any longer." Gasol's gaze towards Jianchen had completely changed. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. Then, he handed the thumb-sized bead to Jianchen and said, "The Class 5, Radiant Saint Master test will begin now. Yang Yutian, do your best to control the flow of Radiant Saint Force into this bead. As long as this bead emits a green light, it will mean that you have the qualifications to become a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master. However, I must remind you that this bead is extremely resistant to Radiant Saint Force. It will be very difficult to channel Radiant Saint Force into it, so you must do your best." Jianchen nodded and took the bead from Gasol's hand. With a thought, he immediately controlled the Radiant Saint Force in the surroundings to rapidly condense and channel it into the bead. However, when Jianchen's Radiant Saint Force approached the bead, it immediately encountered a resistance that prevented it from entering the bead. Gasol, Lin Bai, and Jiami all stared at Jianchen without blinking. Whether or not Jianchen could become a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master would depend on this step. Jianchen revealed a disdainful sneer. With a light snort, he increased his control of Radiant Saint Force. Immediately, the Radiant Saint Force in the surroundings gathered towards Jianchen at an even faster speed. Then, under Jianchen's pressure, it was forcefully channeled into the bead. The originally ordinary bead immediately emitted a crimson light, and then the light quickly changed from the initial crimson to orange, then from orange to yellow, and finally to green. Gasol's heart began to beat violently. His eyes stared at the bead that was emitting green light, and his hands were already tightly clenched. Even Lin Bai and Jiami had the same expression as Gasol. Although Jianchen could explode the spirit stones used for the test and display Radiant Saint Force that exceeded Class 4, this still couldn't determine whether or not Jianchen was a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master. It could only be said that his control of Radiant Saint Force had reached Class 5. Whether or not he could truly become a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master still needed to go through this test. In the past, many people who had taken the Class 5, Radiant Saint Master test had possessed Radiant Saint Force that could explode spirit stones, but they couldn't channel their Radiant Saint Force into the bead, nor could they make the bead emit a green light. Therefore, they could only become Class 4 Radiant Saint Masters. In the eyes of Lin Bai and Jiami, although Jianchen had the strength of a Class 5 Radiant Saint Master, he wasn't a true Class 5 Radiant Saint Master. Therefore, when Jianchen reached this step, the two of them paid close attention to him and even had some expectations. At this moment, the green light from the bead shook, and then a green light surged out of the bead, completely replacing the green light. Class 5. Little brother Yang Yutian actually has the strength of a Class 5 Radiant Saint Master. Jiami was so excited that he danced with joy. He was the one who had discovered this genius, and had escorted him all the way to the Union for the test. This was a great contribution. Congratulations, brother Yang Yutian, for becoming a Class 5 Radiant Saint Master respected by tens of thousands of people. Lin Bai's face also revealed a happy smile as he hurriedly clasped his hands towards Jianchen. Gasol wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and looked at Jianchen with envy and jealousy. He said, "Yang Yutian, congratulations on becoming the most outstanding Class 5 Radiant Saint Master on the Tian Yuan continent in thousands of years. I hope you can continue to work hard and break through to Class 6 as soon as possible and become a core member of the Radiant Saint Master Union and study the Radiant God." Before Gasol could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the bead in Jianchen's hand in disbelief. The green light on the bead in Jianchen's hand darkened at a visible rate, turning blue. After a few breaths, the green light had completely turned dark blue. Blue, blue, blue. This, how is this possible? No, no, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gasal's eyes widened as he stared at the bead that was emitting a dark blue light. His face was filled with disbelief. Blue light? How is this possible? This is the blue light that symbolizes a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. Lin Bai was shocked and his heart was in turmoil. Jiami was shocked as well. Gammy was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He rubbed his eyes hard and said in a hurried tone, "Impossible, how can it emit blue light? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Yes, my eyes must be playing tricks on me, I must be playing tricks on me." But no matter how hard Jiami rubbed his eyes, the light remained dark blue. It was no longer the green light that he had imagined. Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. Yang Yuqian is actually a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. A 24-year-old Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. Oh my God! Gasal was a bit absent-minded. The shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. He believed that at this moment, he had witnessed a miracle, an unprecedented miracle. A 24-year-old Class 5, Radiant Saint Master was not unheard of on the Tianyuan continent, but they only appeared once every few thousand years. As for a 24-year-old Class 6, Radiant Saint Master, Gasal had never heard of such a genius. Even in ancient times, there had never been a 24-year-old Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. Oh my God, a 24-year-old Class 6, Radiant Saint Master has actually appeared. This is too unbelievable. I will go ask the elders to come out immediately. Gasal immediately rushed out with an unprecedented speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 732. A 24-year-old Rank 6, Radiant Saint Master was truly frightening. Therefore, Gasal went to ask the elders for help very quickly. Very soon, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the secret room where the Radiant Saint Masters were tested. Two old men with white hair and ruddy complexions wearing luxurious robes hurriedly walked in from outside. These two old men wore very exquisite purple badges on their chests. Gasal, on the other hand, was extremely respectful as he followed beside the two old men. His eyes were filled with respect from the bottom of his heart. It was obvious that these two old men had extraordinary statuses in the Union. Gasal quickly arrived before Jianchen as soon as they entered the testing room. He said respectfully, "Esteemed elders, this little brother is Yang Yutian. The person I was talking about is Brother Yang Yutian. He has reached Class 6 at the age of 24. The two elders stared at Jianchen with shining eyes. They were unable to suppress their excitement. One of them hurriedly said in a hoarse voice, "Quick, do your best to control the Radiant Saint Force and channel it into the Saint Bead." Jianchen knew that the Saint Bead the elder was talking about was the one in his hand. Without any hesitation, he immediately used all his strength to control the Radiant Saint Force in the surroundings and channel it into the bead. At that moment, Jianchen did not hold back at all. This was because he understood that if he wanted a chance at reaching Class 7, he needed to display supreme talent and strength. Only by making all the elders of the Union take notice of him would he have a greater chance of reaching Class 7. As a result, Jianchen no longer kept a low profile like he usually did. For the first time in his life, he acted in a high-profile manner. With Jianchen's full strength, the Radiant Saint Force in the surroundings immediately gathered at an unbelievable speed. Then, it was forced into the Saint Bead under Jianchen's absolute control. The Saint Bead immediately shone with a dazzling light. The light quickly changed from the initial scarlet color to orange, yellow, green, and azure in less than 2 seconds. It was actually much faster than Jianchen's first test. The rapid change in color made Lin Bai and Gasal inhale a cold breath. They couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful control! Even a rank 7, Radiant Saint Master can't control Radiant Saint power as well as this. Good. He really is a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master, and his control over Radiant Saint Force is actually on par with Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters. Good, good, good. Our Radiant Saint Master Union has produced a rare genius today. Ha 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 ha. An elder laughed heartily. He was extremely excited. Child, tell me honestly, how old are you this year? The other elder said with a hoarse voice. His eyes were fixed on Jianchen. Although he remained calm, it was not difficult to tell how excited he was from his trembling body. Esteemed elder, I am 24 this year. Jianchen clasped his hands at the elder respectfully. The Radiant Saint Master Union used the colors red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and violet to differentiate the ranks of Radiant Saint Masters. The two elders both wore violet badges on their chests. Jianchen had already determined that the two elders were extremely rare Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters on the Tian Yuan continent. Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters were definitely rare even in the entire Tian Yuan continent. There were definitely no more than 50 of them. However, all of these powerful Radiant Saint Masters were gathered in the City of God, so it was not strange for Jianchen to see two of them at once. Good, good, good. Child, you're very good. You're the most outstanding genius of our union, the most dazzling person. You'll definitely become a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master in the future and become an elder of our union. Child, come with us first. We'll take you to the second test, the old man said with a hoarse voice as he intimately pulled on Jianchen's arm and led him outside. Esteemed elder, is there a second test? Jianchen asked curiously. He was slightly doubtful. The old man nodded with a smile. He looked at Jianchen as if he was looking at a huge treasure trove. He kindly said, Child, you can call me the 9th elder. The person beside me is the 14th elder. As for the second test, only Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters will undergo it. It is used to test just how great their talent for radiant arts is. Since you're already a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master, you obviously have to undergo the second test. Once you pass, you will be able to practice the radiant arts as you wish. Radiant arts? Jianchen murmured. He had heard about the so-called radiant arts from the Lei family before. Now that he was hearing about it again, he could not help but feel extremely curious about what the radiant arts were. The 9th and 14th elders did not explain anything about the radiant arts. They just pulled Jianchen outside. Go do what you need to do. The second test is not for you to enter. Only when you reach Class 6 will you have the right to enter. Just when Lin Bai and Gasol were about to follow them, they heard the 14th elder's reprimand. With no other choice, the two of them could only remain there, filled with regret. Jianchen followed the 9th and 14th elders through the grand corridors, heading straight for the second floor of the castle. They encountered many Radiant Saint Masters of various ranks along the way, and all of them respectfully bowed and greeted the two elders without exception. Then, they all looked at Jianchen in doubt and curiosity. That's strange. Who is this young man? He's actually so close to two respected elders, many Radiant Saint Masters murmured inside. The 9th and 14th elders chatted with Jianchen as they walked, constantly probing about Jianchen's origins and how he had reached Class 6 at such a young age. However, Jianchen fooled them with a fake identity that he had thought of long ago. 15 minutes later, Jianchen followed the two elders into a spacious room. The room was extremely large and empty. There was no one else aside from Jianchen and the two elders. A hazy, white mist hovered above the room. It did not disperse, shining with a holy light that illuminated the entire room. Child, this is where the second test for Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters will take place. This place was created by the combined efforts of several Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters and a few Saint Rulers. The purest Radiant Saint Force in the world has been condensed by the Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters at the top of the room before forcefully compressing it into mist. In the end, a few Saint Rulers will work together to cast a powerful, special barrier to keep the Radiant Saint Force trapped inside, so the Radiant Saint Force will never disperse. Child, all you need to do is try your best to extract the radiant saint force trapped in the barrier, the ninth elder gently said to Jianchen. Yang Yutian, the test this time is extremely crucial. It tests your potential to practice radiant art. Radiant arts are the only means of attack for radiant saint masters, so their importance goes without saying. As a result, you have to do your best, the 14th elder said sternly. Jianshen's eyes lit up. He nodded solemnly before slowly closing his eyes. He stood there without moving at all. The 9th and 14th elders shifted their gazes away from Jianshen as well. They stared at the dense radiant saint force above the room without blinking. Suddenly, the barrier above the room began to pulse violently. The radiant saint force that had been condensed into mist began to pulse slowly as well. Gradually, the pulse became more and more intense, and it affected a greater and greater area. Very soon, all the radiant saint force sealed within the barrier began to pulse violently. The 9th and 14th elders both frowned when they saw this. They thought, Yang Yutian is far too reckless. He really is young and hot-blooded. He actually didn't understand what was going on first and tried to control all the radiant saint force right from the start. The barrier doesn't just prevent the radiant saint force from dispersing. The true test is yet to come. Jianshen was a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master in the first place. Coupled with the fact that his innate talent was extremely powerful and that he had fused with the sword spirits, he could control all the radiant saint force within the barrier without any effort at all. Afterwards, he immediately controlled the radiant saint force to break free from the barrier and gather before him. However, as soon as the radiant saint force approached the barrier, an extremely powerful resistance immediately appeared, preventing the radiant saint force from crossing the barrier. It forcefully stopped the radiant saint force. Jianshen sneered and immediately increased his control. Afterward, he gritted his teeth and forcefully extracted a strand of radiant saint force from the barrier. However, in the next moment, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared from the barrier, pulling back the strand of radiant saint force that Jianshen had extracted. Jianshen became rather stern. He knew that the true test had arrived, so he no longer held back. He strengthened his control over the radiant saint force again, withstanding the powerful suction from the barrier. He slowly pulled the radiant saint force out of the barrier and condensed it before his chest. The radiant saint force sealed in the barrier was forcefully extracted bit by Jianshen. Gradually, the radiant saint force that Jianshen had condensed became more and more powerful. The white light it emitted became more and more dazzling. In the end, it seemed like a sun shining with blinding light. The 9th and 14th elders widened their eyes at the same time as they stared at this scene in disbelief. What Jianshen had done was just far too shocking. It was already very difficult for regular Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters to control a small amount of Radiant Saint Force to leave the barrier, yet Jianshen had managed to pull out a small portion of the sealed Radiant Saint Force. They found this very unbelievable because the more Radiant Saint Force that was pulled out of the barrier, the more powerful the suction force would be. Even with their Class 7 Radiant Saint Force, they could only pull out 50% of the Radiant Saint Force at most, yet a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master had managed to pull out 40% of the Radiant Saint Force. They found this to be very unbelievable because the more Radiant Saint Force that was pulled out of the barrier, the more powerful the suction force would be. Even with their Class 7 Radiant Saint Force, they could only pull out 50% of the Radiant Saint Force at most, yet a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master had managed to pull out 40% of it. A genius, a genius. He really is a genius. This kid is basically an innately powerful Radiant Saint Master. The 14th Elder could not help but sigh in amazement. The 9th Elder didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled out a jade pendant from his clothes and sent his mind into the jade pendant. Immediately, the space around the jade pendant rippled slightly. The mind that the 9th Elder had sent into the jade pendant was transmitted in a strange way. An old man currently sat on a cushion in the tower at the very top of the headquarters of the Radiant Saint Masters. Dense Radiant Saint force enveloped him. Suddenly, the Radiant Saint force around the old man trembled before disappearing in a single instant. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "An emergency message. I wonder what's going on for them to use an emergency message to contact me." An exquisite jade pendant had appeared in the old man's hand unknowingly. A weak consciousness emerged from the jade pendant, directly entering the old man's forehead. Chapter 733. An old man quickly appeared at the entrance of the second test in the Union's headquarters, as if he was standing on a cloud. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, giving people the feeling that they would become lost if they did not pay attention. The old man wore luxurious white robes, but he did not wear a badge of any color. It was impossible to tell what class of Radiant Saint Master the old man was. As soon as the old man arrived at the entrance of the second test, his eyes were immediately drawn away by the dazzling light inside. Through the white light, he could vaguely see a slender person bathed in the white light. He was filled with a sense of holiness, as if he was a god that had descended. The 9th and 14th elders were completely stunned as they stood nearby. They stared at Jianchen blankly, completely unaware that an old man had appeared at the entrance. Jianchen had already closed his eyes tightly. He spread his arms wide and raised his head high. His forehead was facing the sky as he did his best to pull out the sealed Radiant Saint force. At that moment, he had unleashed the limits of his abilities as a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master. He did not hold back at all because he understood that this might be an extremely crucial step if he wanted to break through to the 7th class. Only with glorious accomplishments would he be valued by the Union, which would make his path to the 7th class even smoother. This was because he understood many things. Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters were extremely rare on the Tianyuan continent because almost all of them were gathered in the City of God. As a result, there were definitely many Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters in the City of God, and a few of them might have powerful organizations supporting them. Although he had become a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master at such a young age and was the center of attention, he did not have the support of any organization after all. It was possible that the Radiant Saint Masters behind him would secretly scheme against him and squeeze him out of the chance to reach the 7th class. As a matter of fact, Jianchen was rather worried that some people within the Radiant Saint Master organization would try to squeeze him out of the organization in order to increase his chances of reaching the 7th class. Jianchen had considered keeping a low profile so that no one would pay attention to him, but that was impossible. Only Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters had the right to reach the 7th class, so it was impossible for him to hide his strength. After all, becoming a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master at the age of 24 was a miraculous existence. However, Jianchen felt that this alone was not enough. Coupled with his curiosity towards the radiant arts, he put in so much effort in the second part of the test because the second part tested one's potential for practicing the radiant art. 45% of the Radiant Saint force sealed in the barrier above Jianchen had left the barrier under his control. It gathered around Jianchen and shone brightly. This step was already Jianchen's limit. Now, no matter how hard Jianchen tried, he was unable to control any of the Radiant Saint force to leave the barrier. Looks like this is as far as I can go. I wonder what my results will be like. Jianchen sighed inside. He slowly dispersed the Radiant Saint force he had forcefully pulled out of the barrier. The Radiant Saint force that had gathered around Jianchen did not disperse. Instead, it was sucked back in by the powerful suction from the barrier, returning it to its original state before Jianchen arrived. Jianchen slowly opened his eyes. A rare sliver of exhaustion appeared on his face. Although this test had only taken Jianchen less than an hour, it had drained most of his mental energy. He had never felt so exhausted ever since reaching Class 6. Jianchen turned around in exhaustion and discovered the stunned 9th and 14th elders with a single glance. His heart skipped a beat and a sliver of joy immediately appeared in the depths of his eyes. He clasped his hands. Elders, my test has ended. May I ask what my results are? If this was before, Jianchen would have been rather uneasy about his results, but ever since he saw the expressions of the 9th and 14th elders, he had an idea. Good, 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 very good. This is an extremely good result. To be able to control 45% of the Radiant Saint force to break free from the barrier as a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master, you have the potential to be a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. This old man has truly opened his eyes today. As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, an old voice rang out from the entrance. The old man who had been standing at the entrance walked in with large strides. His gaze towards Jianchen was filled with praise and amazement. The old man's voice roused the 9th and 14th elders. When they saw who it was, their expressions changed. They immediately clasped their hands towards the old man. Greetings to the president. Afterwards, the 9th elder immediately turned to Jianchen and called out, Yang Yutian, this is the president of our union. Hurry up and greet him. Jianchen was slightly surprised. Without any hesitation, he immediately clasped his hands towards the old man. Yang Yutian greets the president. The president smiled as he looked at Jianchen. He asked kindly, Child, you're Yang Yutian, right? Tell me, how old are you this year? President, Yang Yutian is 24 years old this year. Jianchen immediately replied. He knew extremely well that in the Union, the president's authority was greater than anything else. The status of the elders was below the president. It was slightly different from the hierarchy of some clans. A 24-year-old Class 6, Radiant Saint Master with the potential to reach Class 7 in Radiant Arcana. Good, good, good. The president's face lit up with joy. Discovering such a genius today made him extremely excited. Soon after, the president seemed to think of something. His eyes immediately lit up, and he said, Yang Yutian, are you willing to accept me as your master and join the Radiant Saint Master Union as a core member? A sliver of surprise flashed through Jianchen's eyes. The president of the union had actually accepted him as a disciple. This had completely exceeded Jianchen's expectations. The president noticed the surprise on Jianchen's face, and he could not help but smile. He thought that Jianchen had been stunned by this sudden surprise. He smiled. Yang Yutian, are you still unwilling to accept me as your master? Although he said that, there was no displeasure in his voice at all. Jianchen gritted his teeth and thought, whatever. In order to successfully break through to Class 7 and save my parents, so what if I'm willing to accept someone as my master? Compared to my parents' lives, what's a mere dignity? Thinking up to there, Jianchen deeply bowed to the president and said, I'm willing. Disciple Yang Yutian greets master. Congratulations to the president for accepting such an outstanding disciple. You're too polite, the 9th and 14th elders congratulated at the same time. The president laughed heartily. He then took out an exquisite blue badge from his space ring and passed it to Jianchen. He said, Yang Yutian, you're the third disciple old man has accepted in his life. The first disciple passed away 100 years ago due to the end of his lifespan, while the second disciple is also a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. He's currently in seclusion cultivating the Radiant Arcana, preparing to reach Class 7 in a year. This blue badge is the symbol of a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. Wear it. Yes, Master. Jianchen carefully accepted the blue badge from the president and wore it on the left side of his chest. 9th Elder, 14th Elder, I'll leave it to the two of you to explain the rules of the Radiant Saint Master Union and other aspects of treatment to my third disciple. The president turned around and said to the two elders. As you wish, President. The president clearly possessed great prestige in the hearts of the 9th and 14th elders. The 2 elders behaved politely. Disciple, go with the 2 elders first. Come back here in 3 days and undergo the ceremony to become a core member. Once you've officially become a core member, you can enter the Tower of Radiance to learn the various radiant arcana. The president turned around to look at Jianchen. However, when he mentioned the ceremony to become a core member, a strange light flashed through the depths of his eyes. Jianchen's curiosity towards the radiant arcana increased drastically when he heard about it again. He could not help but ask, Master, what are the radiant arcana? The president smiled gently. The radiant arcana is the only attack method of radiant saint masters. There are many types and they are ever-changing. Disciple, once you become a core member and enter the Tower of Radiance, you'll naturally understand them clearly. Alright, there's one more thing I have to remind you of. It's best if you avoid contact with the people of the Karza clan, Kara clan, and Tsar clan for the time being. The Holy Emperor's empire seems peaceful right now, but a storm is brewing underneath. The Holy Emperor's empire that has been peaceful for countless years is about to change. However, this matter concerns the 3 clans. Whoever ends up with the Holy Emperor's empire has nothing to do with the Radiant Saint Master Union. You're not a member of the 3 clans, so it's best if you don't get involved in this matter. I understand, Jianchen purposely replied politely. The president nodded in satisfaction when he saw Jianchen's behavior. Afterwards, a white cloud completely condensed from radiant saint force rapidly appeared beneath his feet. Under Jianchen's surprised gaze, he left on the cloud. Yang Yutian, did you see that? The ability the president used when he left was a radiant arcana. He can fly and move extremely quickly. If he cultivates it to a high enough level, he'll be no slower than a saint ruler's control over spatial force. The 9th elder stared at Jianchen with a smile. The talent Jianchen had displayed and the fact that he had become the president's disciple had made the 2 Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters treat him completely. If it were any other Class 6 Radiant Saint Master, they would not even bother to pay attention to him. The Radiant Arcana is the only attack method of Radiant Saint Masters. I really am looking forward to it more and more. I wonder just how powerful Radiant Saint Masters, who are known to be powerless on the Tianyuan continent, will become after learning the Radiant Arcana, Jianchen thought. He began to look forward to the day when he would enter the Tower of Radiance to learn the Radiant Arcana in 3 days. Chapter 734. After leaving the 9th and 14th Elders, Jianchen directly made his way out of the Radiant Saint Union's headquarters. There were many people in the headquarters of the Radiant Saint Master Union. Not only were there many white-robed Radiant Saint Masters with various badges on their chests, there were also a few people dressed as fighters. Although these fighters were not Radiant Saint Masters, they were all members of the Union. Without a doubt, the blue badge on Jianchen's chest became the center of attention. All the people who brushed past Jianchen could not help but glance at Jianchen in surprise and shock. However, even more people stared at the extremely dazzling badge on Jianchen's chest. They could not hide the envy in their eyes. Who is this person? He's actually wearing a blue badge. The blue badge is the symbol of a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master. Is this young man in his 20s actually a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master? This young man only seems to be in his 20s, yet he actually has the right to wear a blue badge. That's just unbelievable. I think the blue badge on him is probably fake. I'll report this to the 9th Elder immediately. Humph, how bold of him to wear a fake badge in the Union. I'll make sure he's in for it later, Jianchen said with a frown. Which family's young master is this? He's actually a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master at such a young age. I've spent so much time in the City of God, so I have some understanding of the high-class Radiant Saint Masters. Why haven't I heard of this person's existence? I don't think this person is as young as he seems. He's probably an old monster who's lived for several hundred years. He's just using some special method to regain his youth. Soft discussions rang out in the surroundings. Jianshan's appearance had already attracted everyone's attention. This was because a radiant Saint Master with a blue badge was already a great figure. They were not very common in the Union, but every time they appeared, they would attract the attention of many people without exception. Jianshan ignored the discussions in the surroundings. He had already become accustomed to being watched by tens of thousands of people. He then glanced around and saw that the Radiant Saint Masters in the surroundings were basically all Class 2 to Class 4. Even Class 5, Radiant Saint Masters with blue badges were extremely rare. As for Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters with blue badges, there was no one else aside from him. Jianshan passed through the corridor and arrived at the first floor of the Radiant Saint Master Union's headquarters. As soon as he walked down the corridor, he saw the excited Lin Bai Gasol and Jia Mi jogging over. Brother Yang Yutian, congratulations on becoming a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. Jia Mi congratulated Jianshan as soon as he arrived, but his gaze remained fixed on the blue badge on Jianshan's chest. His eyes were filled with envy. Brother Yang Yutian, you've been hiding so much from me this entire time. I never thought that you would actually be a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master, Lin Bai said bitterly. His gaze constantly flickered over the blue badge on Jianshan's chest. Jianshan was easygoing and his tone was amiable. He did not seem arrogant at all. After casually chatting with Lin Bai, Jiami, and Jiami, he bid farewell to them and planned on strolling around the streets to see if he could find some materials for forging the azulate sword. Brother Yang Yutian, I, Lin Bai, am an idle person. I just happen to have nothing to do, so why don't I take you around the City of God? I, Lin Bai, have lived in the City of God for a few decades. Although I dare not say that I know the City of God like the back of my hand, I know quite a few famous places, Lin Bai said. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Brother Lin Bai. Jianshan clasped his hands towards Lin Bai and smiled. Brother Yang Yutian, as the vice president of the branch, I can't leave the Union for too long, so I must hurry back. I can't accompany you, so please don't blame me. Jiami also bid farewell to Jianshan and left happily. He had just received news that the Union was very satisfied with his performance, and that he would be promoted to the president of a second-class branch soon. His authority would be much greater than that of a third-class vice president. After Jianshan and Lin Bai bid farewell to the Union's tester, Gasol, they walked out. At this moment, Lei Ming Ao, who had a conflict with Jianshan on the way, was led in by his little sister, Lei Yin. They had just stepped through the Union's gate when they bumped into Jianshan. Almost subconsciously, Lei Ming Ao and his little sister, Lei Yin, looked at Jianshan's chest. When they saw the exquisite dark blue badge, their expressions changed greatly, and their eyes revealed looks of disbelief. Blue badge. How is this possible? Lei Ming Ao's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. After seeing Jianshan's blue badge, even the proud and arrogant Lei Yin turned pale with fright. She muttered in a daze, Impossible? Impossible? How is this possible? Lei Ming Ao, Lei Yin, don't tell me you two want to steal Brother Yang Yutian's cub? Lin Bai stared coldly at the two. Although their clans were quite powerful, Lin Bai was a Class 5, Radiant Saint Master who had the potential to become a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master in the future. With the protection of the Radiant Saint Master Union, he naturally didn't fear a mere Lei family. Lin Bai's words caused Lei Ming Ao and Lei Yin's expressions to change again. Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters were already core members of the Union. They were not people they could afford to offend. Even the Lei family didn't want to become enemies with Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters so easily. Jianshan glanced at Lei Ming Ao and his little sister emotionlessly. He didn't take them seriously at all. With his status as a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master and Saint Ruler, he had no interest in competing with them at all. Uncle Lin Bai, let's go. Let's not waste our precious time with them. Jianchen and Lin Bai directly walked past Lei Ming Ao and Lei Yin. I never thought that he would actually be a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. It's just unbelievable that he's so young, Lei Yin murmured. Her emotions were extremely mixed, but a gleam of light flashed through her eyes. She said, I need to tell third grandfather about this as soon as possible. Thinking up to there, Lei Yin turned around and left. She completely ignored Lei Ming Ao, who had yet to return to his senses. Jianchen and Lin Bai strolled along the street. After some conversation, Jianchen gained some understanding of Lin Bai's background. Lin Bai was not a disciple of a rich family, so he had no background at all. His hometown was in a remote mountain range. The people there all made a living by farming and farming. Lin Bai's parents were very ordinary people in the village, but their son was fated to be extraordinary. Not only was he the smartest child in the village, but Lin Bai had unintentionally discovered his abilities as a Radiant Saint Master when he was young. From then on, he became the most dazzling prodigy in the entire village. Lin Bai's talent as a Radiant Saint Master was extremely great. He had spent over a decade in the village, and when he was 20, he had already reached Class 3. Afterwards, he was accidentally discovered by a Heaven Saint Master who was out on a mission. He was brought to the City of God by the Heaven Saint Master and joined the Radiant Saint Master Union. At the same time, he became the disciple of a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. From then on, Lin Bai's life underwent a drastic change, allowing him to become an outstanding Class 5, Radiant Saint Master in his 40s. Even in the Radiant Saint Master Union, he possessed a certain level of fame and was greatly valued by the upper echelon of the Union. There were even a few large clans in the City of God who came to rope in Lin Bai, but they were all rejected by him. Jianchen and Lin Bai passed through the streets and alleys, constantly going in and out of various shops. They only found an inn when the sky turned dark. At the same time, in the brightly lit Lei family, Lei Yin, dressed in a white robe and wearing a green badge, came to the front of a tall tower. She stood respectfully in front of a tightly shut door and said, "Third Grandpa, Lei Yin has something to report." The tightly shut door was slowly opened, and a soft white light immediately spread out from the crack of the door, dispelling the darkness outside. "Lei Yin, come in." An old voice rang out from inside. "Yes, third grandfather." Lei Yin lowered her head and walked in gently. She saw an old man sitting on a cushion with his legs crossed. The old man closed his eyes and made a strange gesture with his hand. A ball of dense radiant saint force enveloped his entire body. The radiant saint force was extremely active, constantly expanding and contracting. Lei Yin stopped 3 meters away from the old man and said, "Great-grandfather, I saw a person in his 20s outside the Radiant Saint Master Union today. He's a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master." The radiant saint force around the old man pulsed violently. His eyes suddenly snapped open and he said in surprise, "What? A Class 6 Radiant Saint Master in his 20s? Lei Yin, are you sure you saw correctly?" Brother Lei Mingho was there as well. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Lei Mingho or the people of the Union," Lei Yin said politely. Chapter 735. Very soon, a weak consciousness emerged from the jade pendant and entered the old man's forehead. The old man closed his eyes and thought for a while before suddenly opening them again. He said in surprise, "I never thought that it would actually be true. There really is a person called Yang Yutian who has passed the test to become a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master at the age of 24. Isn't Yang Yutian's talent just too great? It really is unbelievable. But since he's a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master, he'll definitely participate in the competition between Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters in a year's time. It looks like..." The light in the old man's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He waved his hand at Lei Yin and said, "Lei Yin, you can leave." "Yes, third grandpa." Lei Yin respectfully retreated. After Lei Yin left, the heavy door closed again. The old man stood in the completely sealed room with his head lowered in thought. Afterward, he took out the jade pendant and a consciousness emerged from his forehead, disappearing into the jade pendant. In the city of God, in a luxurious mansion, a gentle middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on a bed. In front of the middle-aged man's chest was a half-meter-long short sword that emitted a gentle light as it floated in the air. Within the short sword, there was an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. The scholarly middle-aged man stared at the dagger completely condensed from radiant Saint Force and gently sighed. There's still a year and a half before the door to the Saint artifact opens again. My radiant arcana is still stuck at the 3rd level. I'm very dissatisfied with the progress I've made in the past 50 years. I wonder if I'll be able to make it into the top 10 again in half a year's time. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's expression changed. With a flip of his hand, an ancient jade pendant appeared in his hand. A weak thought came out of the jade pendant and drilled into the middle of the middle-aged man's eyebrows at lightning speed. The middle-aged man closed his eyes in thought for a while before slowly opening them. A strange light appeared in his eyes as he sighed in amazement. There's actually someone who can reach Class 6 at the age of 24. Is this true? Isn't that too inconceivable? Wouldn't the speed of improvement be several times faster than a martial artist's cultivation? If this news is true, then the Lay family has done a great service. The middle-aged man dispersed the condensed radiant Saint Force and stood up from the bed. He paced around the luxurious room as he pondered. Soon after, the middle-aged man's footsteps paused. His gaze looked towards the door as he cried out in a low voice, "Mr. Fong." The door was silently opened, and a burly bald man walked in from outside. He cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man and said, "Respected Mr. Ching, what can I do for you?" The middle-aged man said, "Mr. Fong, a genius has appeared in the Radiant Saint Master Union today. He has reached the 6th class at such a young age. His name is Yang Yutian. Go investigate his whereabouts immediately. Once you find him, tell him that I, Ching Duan Tian, sincerely wish to befriend him. In 2 days, I will be booking the most famous pleasure boat on the Fragrance River 20 kilometers outside the city. I hope to meet him." "Yes, respected Mr. Ching. I'll get to it immediately," the bald man said with a deep voice. "Mr. Fong, I don't know if Yang Yutian is still in the Union. If he isn't, you can use the power of your clan to search for him." The moment the bald man left, the middle-aged man's indifferent voice rang out from the room again. At the same time, many important people in various places in the City of God received the same piece of news. At that moment, basically all the large clans and organizations in the City of God knew that a 24-year-old 6th-class Radiant Saint Master had appeared in the Union. In another mansion in the City of God, an old voice rang out from a well-guarded courtyard, "A genius has appeared in the Radiant Saint Master Union. He's only 24 years old, yet he's already a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. His talent is truly rare. Xiao, immediately go find him with some people and invite him to my marquee estate as an esteemed guest. Remember, do not become enemies with him." "Yes, sir." An icy cold voice rang out from outside. Afterwards, a black figure flickered slightly and shot off into the distance with great speed. In the southern region of the City of God, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man sat cross-legged in a gloomy underground secret room, practicing radiant arcane art. The dense, milky white light illuminated the gloomy secret room like it was daytime. Moreover, the entire secret room was enveloped in a layer of dense heat, as if it was in a sea of fire. The heat completely originated from Radiant Saint Force. If a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master were to come here, they would definitely be extremely shocked, as this was a phenomenon that would only occur when one cultivated the radiant arts to a high level. Even among all the Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters in the City of God, there were definitely not more than 10 who could cultivate the radiant arts to such a level. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's face changed. The scorching radiant Saint Force immediately dispersed, and a jade pendant silently appeared in his hand. A consciousness immediately entered his forehead from the jade pendant. The middle-aged man closed his eyes in thought for a while before slowly opening them. He said with a deep voice, "A 24-year-old Class 6, Radiant Saint Master with the potential to cultivate the radiant arts that is close to a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. At the same time, you're the President's third disciple. Yang Yutian, you make me feel slightly threatened." A weak, cold light flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes and the door to the room slowly opened. Dense radiant Saint Force quickly gathered below his feet, forming a cloud. The middle-aged man left as if he was standing on a cloud. After leaving the room, the middle-aged man gazed at the pitch-black starry sky and casually said, "Shadow, a genius has appeared in the Union recently. He's called Yang Yutian, and he's a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master. Go find him immediately and invite him to the estate. I want to talk to him." "Yes, young master." A hoarse voice sounded from a dark corner behind the middle-aged man. Soon after, a gentle breeze blew past, and everything quickly returned to normal. It was deep into the night. Jianchen was currently resting in a luxurious inn. He had no idea that his actions today had attracted the attention of many large clans and organizations in the City of God. "Sigh, I've been running around for an entire day, but I haven't found any materials for forging the twin swords. If this continues, who knows when I'll be able to gather all the materials," Jianchen murmured to himself as he lay on his bed. He felt slightly disappointed inside. Radiant arts are the only means of attack for Radiant Saint Masters. I wonder just how powerful they are. I really do look forward to when I enter the Tower of Radiance in 3 days. With a thought, Jianchen thought of the radiant arts and immediately became tempted. He was tempted to go to the Tower of Radiance right now and witness the only means of attack for Radiant Saint Masters, the radiant arts. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He immediately sat up from his bed and stared in the direction of the door with interest. The tightly shut door was silently opened, and a person shrouded in black fog silently walked in from the outside. His face couldn't be seen, and only the rough outline of his body could be seen, as if he was a ghost. Jianchen stared at the shrouded person calmly and asked softly, "Who are you? Are you Yang Yutian?" The shrouded person replied with a hoarse question. "That's right, it's me." Jianchen showed no fear at all. The person before him seemed strange, but he was only a fighter with darkness-attributed Saint Force. He was only a Heaven Saint Master. "Yang Yutian, my young master wishes to speak with you. Come with me." The black figure's hoarse voice was filled with coldness. "Who is your young master?" Jianchen calmly asked. "You'll know the identity of my young master when you get there," the black figure replied. Jianchen sneered. He lazily leaned against the pillow and did not even glance at the black figure. He said, "Sorry, I need to rest. I don't have time to see your young master. Sir, please leave my room." "Yang Yutian, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Black Harden's tone gradually turned cold, and a thick layer of killing intent emanated from his body. Roar. Perhaps it had sensed the murderous aura emitted by the black shadow, but the little white tiger that was lying on the pillow immediately stood up. It raised its head and puffed out its chest as it glared at the black shadow. In its lively eyes, there was even a very human-like look of provocation. Although the white tiger was still a Class 5 magical beast, equivalent to an Earth Saint Master, it showed no fear at all when facing the black figure who was a Heaven Saint Master. It even took the initiative to provoke him. Clearly, it did not take a Heaven Saint Master seriously. "Shadow, don't forget where you are. Don't tell me you dare to attack a respected Class 6, Radiant Saint Master?" Suddenly, a deep voice came from outside, and a burly bald man walked in, his feet not touching the ground. "Humph, Feng Jiaming, you've come at a bad time," the black figure coldly snorted. Clearly, he recognized the bald man. The bald Feng Jiaming coldly glanced at the black figure and sneered, "You only know how to act mysterious and scare people. It's as if you're afraid that people don't know you have darkness attributed Saint Force. In my eyes, your actions are no different from an idiot." "What did you say?" The black figure violently trembled. Its hoarse voice was filled with anger. "Shadow, if you can't accept this, then let's fight again. Let's see who's stronger. However, I, Feng Jiaming, have a mission right now, so I don't have time to waste on you. Once I complete the mission for Mr. Cheng, I'll be waiting for you to challenge me at any time," the bald man coldly said. "Humph!" The black figure coldly snorted and immediately fell silent. Feng Jiaming looked at Jianchen and the coldness on his face disappeared. He immediately changed into a different expression and politely bowed to Jianchen. He said, "Esteemed Sir Yang Yutian, I, Feng Jiaming, have a message from Mr. Cheng. Mr. Cheng sincerely wishes to befriend you and has booked the most famous pleasure boat on the Fragrance River 20 kilometers away from the City of God in 2 days. He hopes to use this opportunity to have a good chat with Sir Yang Yutian." "Mr. Cheng." Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the bald man and said, "Is it the Cheng family, one of the 8 great clans second only to the Tsar family in the City of God?" Chapter 736. Jianchen had gained a rough understanding of the power structure in the City of God from the 9th and 14th elders. The most powerful clan in the City of God was the Tsar family. The City of God, one of the 7 capital cities of the Tian-Yuan continent, had been completely taken over by the Tsar family. Without any exaggeration, the Tsar family was the ruler of the City of God. At the same time, they were one of the 3 clans that controlled the fate of the Holy Emperor's empire. Below the Tsar clan, there were 8 other great clans. These 8 great clans were extremely strong, and they were not any weaker than the hermit clans. Among them, there were even some clans whose strength had surpassed many of the hermit clans. The Cheng family was one of the 8 clans. The Lei family that had clashed with Jianchen on the way here could only be regarded as a rather famous clan in the City of God. They were only a second-rate clan. Clans like that could be found everywhere in the City of God, but most of them were vassals to the 8 clans. Feng Jiaming secretly rejoiced when he saw the surprise on Jianchen's face. He smiled. "Sir Yang Yutian has guessed correctly. Mr. Cheng belongs to one of the 8 clans in the City of God, the Cheng family. Mr. Cheng possesses a very high status in the Cheng family. I'm truly sorry. I will be going to the Tower of Radiance to study the radiant arts in the next few days, so I won't be able to make it. Please pass on your question to Mr. Cheng. I appreciate Mr. Cheng's good intentions, but I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the boat on the Fragrance River in 2 days." Jianchen clasped his hands at Feng Jiaming and said calmly. Feng Jiaming was slightly stunned. He had never thought that Jianchen would actually turn him down after he mentioned that he was from one of the 8 clans. He was rather surprised by this. Although his invitation had failed, Feng Jiaming did not show any displeasure at all. He clasped his hands at Jianchen. "Since Sir Yang Yutian wants to go to the Tower of Radiance to learn the radiant arts, I won't disturb you any longer. Sir Yang Yutian, I have already completed my mission, so I will report back to Mr. Cheng. Farewell." With that, Feng Jiaming looked at the black shadow beside him. His face immediately turned cold and he said, "Shadow, I hope you don't forget about the rules of the Union. Once you break them, you won't be able to escape punishment even if your clan supports you. You might even die." "Humph, Feng Jiaming, I don't need you to meddle in my affairs." A hoarse voice rang out from the black mist. It was filled with coldness. Feng Jiaming sneered. "Esteemed Sir Yang Yutian is Mr. Cheng's guest, as well as an esteemed guest of the Cheng family. If anything happens to Sir Yang Yutian, Shadow, you know the consequences." With that, Feng Jiaming turned around and left. Feng Jiaming. The sound of grinding teeth rang out from the black mist. The person hidden in the black mist clearly feared the bald Feng Jiaming very much. Jianchen glanced at the furious black mist indifferently and said indifferently, "Sir, please leave my room. I want to rest." An undetectable sliver of killing intent flickered through Jianchen's indifferent eyes. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to hide his identity as a fighter in the city of God, how could he allow a mere heaven-sent master to act so recklessly before him? Humph! The person in the black mist snorted coldly and left unwillingly. Originally, he had planned on forcefully taking Jianchen away if Jianchen did not go with him. However, after what Feng Jiaming had done, he no longer dared to do so. Jianchen was destined to not be able to rest peacefully that night. After Feng Jiaming and Shadow left, several more people came to find Jianchen, who was resting in the inn. Without exception, they all had the same goal, which was to represent their masters in hopes of inviting Jianchen to their clans as a guest. However, they were all rejected by Jianchen. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, Jianchen had basically visited all the famous shops in the City of God under Lin Bai's lead. However, the results left Jianchen rather disappointed. He actually failed to find a single material that could forge the azulate sword. During that time, the people from the 8 great clans of the City of God came to find Jianchen time and time again. They took the initiative to express their goodwill towards Jianchen and patiently invited him to their clans as a guest. However, there were a few proud people among the 8 great clans who did not take Jianchen seriously. They spoke to Jianchen forcefully, but not only did they fail to gain any advantage over him, they were even rebuffed. Jianchen was an outsider who possessed no authority in the City of God. He could only rely on his status as a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master to keep up appearances, but he did not fear the renowned 8 great clans at all. Aside from the 8 great clans, even a few second-rate clans in the City of God came to find Jianchen and express their goodwill. These second-rate clans were not as unyielding as the 8 great clans. They treated Jianchen extremely politely and with great respect. 3 days later, Jianchen would go to the Central Union for the ceremony to become a core member before heading to the Tower of Radiance to learn radiant arts. On this day, Jianchen bid farewell to Lin Bai very early before calling for a luxurious carriage and heading to the Central Union. Jianchen sat in the bumpy carriage as he fed a few thousand-year-old heavenly resources to the white tiger. Now, Jianchen could sense that the white tiger's strength had reached the peak of Class 5. It was equivalent to a human 6th cycle Earth Saint Master. With the increase in its abilities, the speed at which the little white tiger absorbed the heavenly treasures also increased. Now, it had consecutively eaten more than 10,000-year-old heavenly treasures and no longer needed to sleep to digest the medicinal effects. "Little White, looks like you'll be able to break through to Class 6 in just a few days," Jianchen murmured to himself as he gently stared at the white tiger. "Woo-woo!" The white tiger seemed to understand Jianchen's words as it gulped down the heavenly resources. It let out a few muffled cries as it became complacent. Seeing this, Jianchen smiled. As a winged tiger of the ancient times, the white tiger's intelligence was extremely rare among magical beasts. It could freely communicate with other magical beasts. Now that it had reached Class 5, its intelligence was basically equivalent to an 8 or 9-year-old child. The carriage sped along the wide street and stopped at the entrance of the Radiant Saint Master Union very soon. As soon as Jianchen jumped off the carriage, a white-robed woman immediately arrived before him. She quickly glanced at the blue badge on Jianchen's chest and immediately bowed deeply to Jianchen. She said, "Esteemed Radiant Saint Master, may I ask if you are Master Yang Yutian?" Jianchen studied the woman. She seemed to be in her 20s. She had delicate features and was rather pretty. She wore an orange badge on the right side of her chest, signifying that she was a Class 2 Radiant Saint Master. "I am Yang Yutian. What's the matter?" Jianchen indifferently asked. "Esteemed Master Yang Yutian, I am the attendant of the 5th Elder. Under the 5th Elder's orders, I have been waiting for Master Yang Yutian's arrival. Master Yang Yutian, please come with me. I will take you to see the fifth elder. Jianshan followed the woman into the union. This time, Jianshan directly went up to the third floor of the castle before being led into a resplendent room by the woman. The room was very large and filled with luxurious decorations. A ruddy old man sat on a cushion in the center of the room. His eyes were closed as if he was meditating. He wore a shining, violet badge on his chest. Clearly, he was a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master. Esteemed Fifth Elder, Master Yang Yutian has been brought here. The woman politely bowed to the old man. You can leave, the old man said. Yes, Fifth Elder. The woman gently backed away and closed the door. Yang Yutian greets the Fifth Elder. Jianshan clasped his hands at the old man. Although he spoke politely, he did not show any respect at all. The Fifth Elder slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the light in the room seemed to become brighter. At this moment, the Fifth Elder's bright eyes seemed to become the only thing in the room. It was as if there was another world in his eyes, a world of its own. A sliver of confusion appeared in Jianshan's eyes the moment he saw the Fifth Elder's eyes. The Fifth Elder's eyes seemed to contain the world, but they were also as vast as the starry sky, filled with endless mysteries. Jianshan could not help but become lost in them. But very soon, Jianshan's eyes cleared up again. A sliver of shock flashed through his eyes before his gaze towards the Fifth Elder underwent a drastic change. Although Jianshan had not become completely lost, he had still been shocked by the Fifth Elder's ability. Just a single gaze was enough to affect him, which made Jianshan's heart churn. After all, he was not just a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master. He was also a Saint Ruler who had comprehended the mysteries of the world. The senses of his soul were naturally extremely powerful. If it were any other Class 6 Radiant Saint Master or any other Saint Ruler, they would not have been able to do it as easily as Jianshan. An undetectable sliver of surprise flashed through the Fifth Elder's eyes when he saw Jianshan recover so quickly. His opinion of Jianshan increased once again. Yang Yutian, you really are an unprecedented genius on the Tian Yuan continent. You really do possess strength that far surpasses other Radiant Saint Masters of the same level, the Fifth Elder praised. Thank you for your praise, Fifth Elder. Jianshan remained calm. His voice did not waver at all. Not bad. You're neither arrogant nor rash. You're much more powerful than those Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters. The Fifth Elder nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with Jianshan's performance. He continued, Yang Yutian, you must know why you've come today. From today onwards, you'll be a core member of our union. You can enter the Tower of Radiance to learn the radiant arts that have been passed down since ancient times. Only our union possesses these radiant arts. They're not something that regular Radiant Saint Masters can touch. Jianshan was immediately filled with eagerness when he heard that. He had wanted to experience the wondrous radiant arts for a long time now. At this moment, Elder Wu raised his hand slightly. The radiant saint force in the surroundings rapidly gathered toward his hand, forming a 3-meter-long, silver-white sword in the blink of an eye. He said, Yang Yutian, do you see that? This is one of the radiant arts. It uses a unique method to condense the radiant saint force in the surroundings into a powerful attack. Jianshan immediately looked at the huge sword. Although it was condensed from gentle radiant saint force, he could sense an extremely sharp and violent pulse of energy from it.